New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
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 New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
New gameplay.
Gameplay.
New gameplay.
Gameplay.
New gameplay.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New airdrop vehicle. New weapon.
New themed area.
New interface. New UI.
New AI ray.
New system. New system. New system. New system. New system. New system.
New system. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting week of the PMCL Spring 2026. My name's Contra, and of course, joining us this week is the lovely Tash Bunny. It's been a while, friend, so, it's great to finally get to catch up once more.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since we had the PMCL. Last year was incredibly insane. This year, we're seeing a lot of new names come into the mix as well. And I'm so excited to see whether or not these old household legendary names finally get dethroned.
That's right. And of course, speaking of legendary names, last week it seems like it's a legendary run for Yangon Galacticos, where they clinched the top spot. And on the final few days, they managed to bag a total of 8 chicken dinners. So that pretty much tells us that they are in their best form possible. And of course, there's still going to be other challengers awaiting them as well. MSI has done incredibly well alongside with Hive International. This by far has been their best season so far as they're holding on to that second spot. But then again, on week 2, a lot of things can change. I'm pretty sure that the 2 days break has done everybody good for a little bit of that reset. So speaking of which, of course, this is the format of the tournament.
Yeah, anyways, we're looking at the league stage right now where we have currently 20 teams per match competing, where we have 5 that's been divided into 5 groups randomly. Now, for this week in particular, last week, it already happened 15th to 20th of April, and now we're currently on week 2, where we currently have the groups divided into 5 teams based on their rankings. So it's about to get a little bit more interesting as well. Now, as we go into the prize pool as well, $30,000 on the line with $1,600 for the first place in the league stage, and an extra incentive of different prize pools and different rankings for the finals.
That's right. So there's definitely plenty of money on the line for those playing through the league. Everybody's gonna walk away with a little something, but of course the ones with the better positions will always be able to reap more of the rewards. And not to also mention, there's also those spots for the PMGO later on. So that being said, of course, we are already at week 2, where we're having all these matches to be played out all the way till Sunday, and whoever clinches the top 16 will move over to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be 3 days of grand finals coming soon as well. So you have to really worry about how you're gonna be making it to that finals later, because only the top 16 teams from the total league ranking points will be able to proceed to the finals. So the league stage ranking points will carry off to playoffs as a head start bonus, where in total, the teams will be playing 18 matches, 6 matches per day, to decide the ranking for finals as well. Now, we are going to be looking here on screen the participating teams. Today, B, C, D, and E will be playing, so no teams such as NMSS, YG, HKG, or ATHR that will be playing, which gives a bit of breathing room to the rest of the teams, especially since Yangon Galacticos, as Contra said, is currently on a rampage with the most amount of chicken dinners gotten in a single week. So today, in particular, for me, my eyes are on Austria, legendary name TTQ, as well as MSI and 214. But at the same time, we cannot disregard teams such as GC and NGGZ alongside GG as well, that has been showing signs of insane play and sparks of life as well, that could potentially be so much better this week, mostly because we're in a situation where week 1 might be the ice-breaking week, and week 2 you have a bit of a break, you figured out your game plans, you come back to the drawing board, and then you are saying, okay, we know how to counter this particular team is the team that we want to hunt for, this particular team we avoid, etc, etc. Now, speaking of that, league ranking wise is Yangon Galacticos at the very top here, but the disparity isn't too insane, especially since we only have 3 points difference with the second place team, which is HYVE at 12 points. So I have to say week 1 is still looking pretty close. We can't really see a big gap between the teams yet, but teams currently at the bottom of the rankings from 17 all the way to 20, currently still at 0, is where things go a little bit more interesting, because you're so behind, you have to play catch up. So what exactly are you going to be doing here to be able to catch up with the rest of the teams? And honestly, I'm quite surprised seeing such teams such as Austria as well at the bottom, right? Because usually this team always starts off with a bang But for Austria, one thing's for sure though, we know they're the type of team that would always be able to come back. Regardless of coming back here, we are going to be looking at today's matches where we start off with Rondo with 3 Erangels after and 2 Miramars to end the day. What I would say a cherry on top, especially when you, for me personally, I would say that Miramar is the more tricky map to work with, especially with the terrains. But you know, Rondo being a big map with a not too much of a big body of water as well could be a different ballpark to begin with. Now, as we go into the game, don't forget, guys, we also have Project Apollo Evo and IE arriving in-game. It's already in-game, to be exact, back in March 20th. So you can get it in-game right now. It's definitely worth looking at, definitely worth getting, because this is in celebration with PUBG Mobile's 8th anniversary with hypercar power. So you can drive the legendary Apollo Evo and Apollo Intensa Emisión, unlock exclusive Apollo-themed items, as well as experience insane German engineering, and it's gonna stop on the 10th of May, so be sure to get that soon. And on top of that as well, we also have the time to team up and squad up for everyone's #1. There's a lot of events and exclusive items coming your way as well, so do not miss out on that. So be sure to stay tuned for the Carry You team song with Mini as well as Bam Bam, our PUBG Mobile friends, worth looking at as well. I mean, I'm gonna be so for real right now. PUBG Mobile has had some insane music collabs, and I hope it keeps going because everything is a bop and everything has just been so fun to listen to and to watch.
Of course, you know, we're about to kickstart this week, and you know, it's been a little bit of an anticipation for all of us out there who's waiting to see who else can topple the Giants, YG. And the best part about today is that Group A is not playing, which is the group with YG. That means everybody has a chance.
Yeah.
So on my list, that's the top 5 of the last week's run. So I definitely think that they will show us some incredible chicken dinners.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this as well. I think for you personally, you have seen what the best have to offer from last week, but let's see how today's gonna go.
That's right. And of course, we only got like 20 over seconds as we will dive into Rondo for our very first map. And I am super excited for this because this is where they get to farm as many elimination points as they want. So with that being said, let's get right into the action here in the PMCL 2026 spring season.
Okay, Contra, I think you had a look at what, you know, at every team last week. I think we were looking at the standings earlier, right, Contra? And some surprising names were currently at the bottom of that ladder. Are you surprised at this outcome?
I think that there's definitely a few names that may not usually belong to that list
Yeah.
when it comes down to, you know, the positions of how everything goes, but that also tells you that there's improvements coming into the entire circuit, coming from new names such as Nemesis Esports, Obvi, who has been surging all the way up to the top 3 as well as top 4. So I definitely do understand, like, teams like KE, they kind of want to revamp their playbook a little bit so that they could just score more points heading into week 2. So hopefully they've been able to find a new formula to bring to the table this time around.
Yeah, I am super excited to see that. I mean, I think what I was really surprised to see was that, you know, Austria being at the bottom kind of like surprised me, right? I think they ended week 1, day 1 with 0, and then they ended the week currently, I think, at 12th place. So this is like, I think for us in particular, we're like, okay, Austria has always been that legendary name. It always seems to do very, very well. In your opinion, you know, the potential for them to come back on week 2, playing catch up, is it something that you think they're going to be able to, I think, pull off?
I think it's absolutely possible because now they come in with a brand new, fresh mindset, despite, you know, are still all accumulated in essence. So at the very least, with the reshuffle, they will have a little bit of better odds, I may say. But as much as we're talking about Austria, they're actually hot dropping into another team inside of Hongshan. So once we get into the mix, we probably might have seen quite a number of casualties. And speaking of which, 3 members of JNK were instantly wiped out. So I guess they were testing the limits up against PNX.
I mean, you gotta really figure out. I think in the pre-show just now we said about how what's to be expected is that you go back to that drawing board from week 1, right? You kind of see which teams you want to try and fight and try and farm points from, which team you kind of want to go and catch up points with. And for NGGZ, moving all the way back, and I'm liking this spacing they're giving away from this team, but Mjolnir will be the one in the front lines. Great sprays all around, but this enemy team is doing a great job of just staying away from that shotgun and not allowing Mjolnir to be putting in that damage to him.
Yeah, overall, he has been able to really juggle with the pressure of being surrounded at the very same time. Despite that, it seems like their opponents are just playing super defensively. Meanwhile, we head over to the side of GG. It seems like they're sending more of their cavalry into the mix as Chill Guys finally finds a little bit of something on the other side of the angles. Whereas, head-to-head, Red dropping real low, and thankfully there is a trade coming in with a little bit of a spicy
Oh my God, knife.
picking from the side.
You see that? I really like to see what happened there, because sometimes casualties happen in the most unusual ways possible. And speaking of unusual ways, Gerald nearly gets 2. This is a very, very aggressive player, and I'm glad that this fire is still staying on in his style of play. And I think he wants to go for more here. I think in terms of, manpower, he has a lot to work with right now. But his teammates aren't super close by, so Kaya and Sun know this, and they're trying to make sure they don't get isolated. Playing together, being able to double swing is going to be the key here so that you don't get KO'd.
Yeah, and as much as, they do worry about their own health in particular, this is Rondo after all. They've been still going for those resets, so this is the reason why they are willing to play so aggressively. But GG says, I can match your aggression. They will take him down, but MM, he's already ready to just bring them back to life. Well, when I say them, it's actually only Jarrell. But at least he did actually secure himself a point at the very least. And now we head back into Hive International on their pursuit up against PNX.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of, on the feed for PNX, right? Getting some pickoffs left, right, and center. They're very aggressive, and I love these aggressive starts coming from some of these teams as well. They know that early game is something you can go all in, especially when you can bring back some of your teammates into the fray. And if you are that strong to be able to not only play with your teammates, but alone, you're able to really hold your own. Speaking of holding your own, Crazy not able to do that. We're seeing a very aggressive start from Austria, and we can start seeing that effect from what they want to do, that catch-up game they weren't able to really secure in terms of positioning last week. Joseph gets one of his own alongside Top. It's looking great right now for this team, but for GC, it's all about bringing the teammates back into the game. Once again, 9 is doing a great job of doing that. As we go back to the fight between Hive as well as PNX, is Hive currently on the back foot?
Ooh, boy, a little bit of over-aggression being displayed right there. Simple Vein. Only with the JS9, and he's been able to really rack in some points. Look at him go. 3 points already under his belt. Now, it's only down to Pretzel. I do believe that he's all alone, whereas his teammate is waiting to bring him back into the game, perhaps. But there we go. Perfect angles to work on that he goes. So, it's going to be a fair 1v1 trade-off right now. 1 bullets on that JS9, considering that revive, but Pretzel is on the push, and this is just the perfect timing for him to do so. There we go, a double going in favor of Pretzel.
That's great, actually, that he just knew that his teammate is just, fighting against time. So all he had to do was just wait for that right timing, knowing that eventually his teammate is going to bleed out. That desperation was weaponized very well, which gave him that double. Speaking of that, that's a long-range pickoff by Carillo as well. So PNX, you thought that they were doing very well just now? Over-aggressing, caught alone, not able to come back into the game. Must be devastating this early. And as we see two powerhouses struggling here, 2-4 has Ozja completely on lockdown. The Molly just to keep him a little bit closer in that building. Hopefully walking into the crosshairs of this team. But 2-4 is also super aware that for Ozja CQC is something they're really good at.
True enough. And speaking of which, they just secure it with the bang of the grenades. 2 members out and make it the entire squad. My goodness, I thought that Ozja would have actually had somebody out there that's going to be sitting at a revival point, but it doesn't seem to be the case. They just went all in and it did not pay off at all.
Hitting the wings. Oh, surprise! He didn't see that one coming. I think he had an idea where Crazy might be. That's why he jump peeked that, but he didn't expect him to be that close by.
Right. Yeah, he tried his chances, but it doesn't seem like it was worth much in return. But as for GG, they've been racking up the total of 3 points already from the early span of the match. So that's great on them. Despite only losing 1.
Oh, that's a perfect cook! No, that's
again.
rough. Gonna do it again. He knows where he is. Okay, that's not hitting this time. You have Tova as well close by. So Kaya, I think, is gonna get crunched here. They did not take into account that the potential of GC just completely surrounding him into account. So Nangek's just gonna bring back his teammates, so they're back again, at least with the majority of the bodies to be able to go forward to the end game.
Yeah, it's just great setups overall that we're looking at from the upper quadrant of those who have already farmed points overall. So it's a very active lobby. They are getting the hang out of this matchup in Rondo, whereas week 1, it seemed to be relatively quiet. Certain teams were very much on their reserves. So right now, great to see everyone getting a lot more active, starting here with TTQ, trying to open up an account. Haven't yet found any form of takedowns just yet, but they're working it out up against the rest of GC. Does seem like they are just slowly wrapping things around as every member is staying indoors, but not for MSI. They're charging through, looking for that member of JNK. It's a 1-for-1, but JNK could not find that finishing touch, but they are also facing another visitor in the form of Hive International.
Yeah, Hive has been everywhere on this map, and I feel like MSI in this particular game just cannot catch a break. They fend off one team, and suddenly Hive is close by. But I think Hive, one thing's for sure though, they're taking a little bit too much time to actually commit to this fight, which has allowed MSI to not only reset but also reposition. But when you have a player like Range on your team, these long-range pickoffs, those little just really bringing down your HP, you can't really go full in on that fight. So it allows a bit of time for Hive to just truly come a little bit more closer. Some nades set up for them as well, some jump peaks and shots. And I think that MSI is already anticipating this. Moving as a 2 means that Pretzel cannot shoot back, falls, and Range has to fight a different way into the compound. And MSI knows this. So all they have to do is wait in the wings, peek out a little bit, get some info. That nade a bit too wide right now. And Hive is impatient with Mon coming close alone. I don't think his teammate is ready to actually play with him here. So South pushes out. And unfortunately for him, gets taken out by Range. But Range immediately gets traded back. Ching Ching falls. Ching Ching cannot hold on, immediately KO'd alongside his teammate, leaving Mon in a situation where he's so far away from his teammate. Waiting in the corner, FV knows where he is. And now here comes that fight.
Ryman certainly have drawn a lot of attention to create this scenario. And now there's also TO joining in the party as well. Terror Esports, they might have the upper hand in the form of numbers as well. While another fight breaks loose from the mini cannons, GC in action, but Motion, he looked the other way around and it will be to his demise. Issei still held the line, and somehow it becomes a fair fight. But there's so little room left. Dex tries to infiltrate, but there's also Ryman in the mix as well. A 3-way warfare, and we don't know who's going to be the victor.
Not going to be easy. Especially since for Tio, only Kim Yoko is very much a little bit more healthy. The revive does come through. I think Dex is hesitating a bit too long here, but he is going to try and cook that nade a bit more longer. Nah. chooses the wrong angle, does get the revive, but they are stuck in the corner, traded. But he is so low right now. Yoko is a little bit more healthy. He was trying to bait out his teammate. Unfortunately for him, he was already rendered too low, so he's not able to be saved. And on top of that as well, with Mon's timing with that nade is just perfect. And Hive is having the game of their lives. 7 eliminations already in the bag.
Absolute insanity, Tash. Like, we've just witnessed a long, drawn-out fight within one singular warehouse, and the biggest victor was Ryman. Like, 4 points of eliminations under his sleeve, and he just really had to wait it out. There was also the point where he just charges through, and somehow MSI felt flustered. They felt like they really had to push out. It wasn't apparently the case. They could still afford to hold out, but maybe the little bit of that over-aggression have really cost the side of MSI. But hey, at least MSI did go out with a total of 5 points.
Oh yeah. I mean, they fought their way all the way to the top, and understanding that this is map 1, sometimes you just gotta really... I mean, even if you go out with 5 points, in my opinion, that's already consistency in itself. I think if we were to go back to the rankings of last week, right? Especially on day 1, one team started off at 12, and then you get another chicken dinner, and then you go quiet the next 3. It doesn't really guarantee you success all the time as well. What we want is the consistency in points.
That's right. It's high risk, high reward all day long here in Rondo. Speaking of which, on fire wants to also ignite a little something at the very least up against the rest of Observation Esports. They only have smokes to work with, but somehow Rex is trading back. Not too sure how he sifted through the smoke to find those angles, but it's seemingly tough for him to actually do much because that's 4 members that they have to deal with, whereas the rest of Observation Esports absolutely split apart throughout the creases of the heel. So they are being very mindful of their next big step. So Haka doing it exactly the same. They don't really have to really call for a fight since they just got into the zone. But as for GG, it's an uphill climb as they will now bow out to TTQ.
Oh yeah. Great stuff coming in from all these teams right now. On top of that as well, that was a blue zone fight. The middle here somehow. Ovi, nice sprays for the top side here, but fortunately for him, finally gets it clipped in the end, but Rex was not aware. Out there in the open, so vulnerable. Perhaps tunnel visioned a bit too hard. As the rest of OF, you know that, okay, great. You got one pick off, we have the possibility of getting a little bit more close. Because OF right now is in a very vicarious position. They do need to get their teammate back, and they don't have any elims.
Not at all, but they are definitely out for blood, though. Just some chip damage being done towards the side of OF, nothing particular that actually stops them from moving into the next zone. And to me, this is a massive improvement for the entire lobby because the pacing and tempo of the match have increased so much so that we only are left with 9 teams by the time that we hit stage 3. This is something that is a little bit unfamiliar for those who spent a lot of time back in week 1. I absolutely love it. We complain that it's too slow sometimes, right?
We do. I think we always talked about like how early game, you get to know each other, you're just looting, you're playing it so safe. I do agree with you, Contra. This intense shift, I'm not sure what exactly triggered it. Maybe the absence of Group A means that everyone's a little bit more brave to go for these early fights, right?
Yeah, I think like that is the biggest point. When you don't have YG, everything is reachable, so they are absolutely inspired to at least back the podium spot right now since, you know, it's a clean slate here in week 2. Currently holding on to the number 1 spot is 214 Pro, so Hive International is still working on maybe a couple more of these tags in order to chase up against them. Meanwhile, speaking of tags though, NGGZ pushing in.
Yeah, and Minor has the perfect angle. Oh no, Leo just too aware. At the very least, traded. His teammates were very close by, and I think he just walked by the edge of that smoke, so that off pixel probably just triggered his teammates just completely spray him down, which is very well done and great alertness if you ask me. Now for the rest of OVK, at least Kaylee, excuse me, walking forward here, they need to win this fight to get into the zone. And this is where things get a bit more tricky, since NGGZ does have a little bit more of that terrain to work with.
Oh, they might have actually missed some opportunities out there because he was taking a sweet time reviving Miner on the other corner. And now that dust has settled, there's also a third party involved. And that is some attacks coming from the side of On Fire that's been marking onto Ovi from the get-go. They've been fighting for the last 3 minutes, and it doesn't seem like they're off the hook from the side of OF just yet. They did finally retrieve 1 point at the very least, so Ovi, they're also in a certain predicament because they're only working with 2 members. And I'm not too sure if it's a good idea to aggress towards the side of NGGZ, but they did manage to flush them off position.
Oh yeah. Now, NGGZ is saying that, okay, I think we're staying too long. I think another team being around is just sort of like saying, I don't think it's worth it to take a fight against 2 teams this early. Yeah, we can defend our spot, but at what cost? Are we willing to lose 2 to 3 bodies just trying to make sure that we can go for these pickoffs? So I think for them, it's just about trying to find that early real estate to make sure that they can hold off till the end of the game, which also means that TTQ should be able to slowly break their way into that circle.
True enough, and also while the rest of OV is holding on towards their location, TTQ is also joining in the mix, being right in between their noses.
Oh, that's painful.
Yeah, this is going to be a very arduous task for OV to keep themselves alive, but thankfully enough, NGGZ is going to be around to also buy some time. TTQ calls for those emergency covers just to barricade themselves for the time being. But this is going to be very risky. All of these teams are by the outskirts, and it's going to take 500 over meters for them to even get to the next zone, which is going to be on the back of their mind for now. So there's only about less than a minute for them to journey their way into the zone.
Okay. I think only SKC has like an actual area to hold on to when it comes to circle. I do like Hive's position here. They got nice terrain to the western side. They have the high ground to the right. So the crossfire is about to be insane unless a team knows how to isolate or just break their formation.
Yeah, and on top of that, it is all barren lands. There's no more revive points from here on out at stage 5. So KE, they're gonna go into trying to zone off all the teams on the outskirts. Doesn't seem like they've been able to do anything other than some chip damage, while 214 Pro is on the other side of the water tanks. So KE, we've seen some improvements. Last week, it was a dismal run where a lot of the games, they end up with 0 points. So with 2 points under their sleeves right now, they're off to a decent start, but it could be a lot better, right? When you take a look at the rest of the list, everyone's hitting the high numbers when it comes down to the top 3. 214, TTQ, Hive. They are right now fighting their way out for that chicken. But 214 somehow utilizing too much smokes.
I want to see that replay. I love seeing people get knocked down with a vehicle. But pause, because we are seeing BKE sort of slowly come forward here. His teammate Franzi is not close by to get picked up as well. And in that midst, 214 is also on fire. We're seeing another team, KE, come close by as well. This fight in this area does not a lot of space to work with, and I gotta give it to KE right now. They're very aggressive, very bold to send Campus into a different compound with barely any info, and it's worked out so much in their favor. Capo and Min are barely alive. The only amount of space they have is that tiny little room in the corner, and they can't really peek out either because there's 2 other teams inside the area on the terrain that could potentially land headshots on them, and KE has close by here. NGGZ and BKE already pressuring from 2 different angles, and BKE also is suffering right now.
Yeah, Jarrell's got a gut angle working on here. He's been eyeing out on all these players fighting their way tooth and nail for that small little real estate. Nate's all flying in towards the direction of Black Eagles, and it doesn't seem like they have much of a cover to work with while Mad Dog goes down. They continue on that spree up against the rest of 214, charging right through while we have 4 teams battling out. Molotov not landing in through the windows, and this might just be an opportunity for Carillo to find something in return. He does bring Capo low, but not quite enough. He's dropping down to only 10% while he spots the rest on the outskirts as well. And GGZ, they clean up shop. Jarrell once again showing up strong.
Honestly, I am liking the flexibility of all these teams and the boldness as well. But NGGZ is so aware. You could tell that they're just fighting 3-4 teams at the same time. They're keeping a close eye on every single corner. Everywhere someone shoots from, you're gonna have someone from their team shooting back. And KE is so aware of this. They have dedicated Mad Dog just to shoot back if someone were to shoot at them is number one. And also to make sure if any pixel is out of place, they're gonna try and steal away a kill. Now Red, because they're aware, they're shooting back toward KE. Whatever advantage KE had earlier, gone. 2 players knocked out. Master D2K in the corner tries to take the fight against 214, but not able to do so because 214 decided it's time to rally back. It's time to push out as a 2, and they're rewarded with a couple of pickoffs.
My, the awareness is incredible coming in from all the teams out there, but NGGZ got them all boxed in the corner. Gerald's quickly fixing his car and he is ready for more potential fights. We're only down to 5 more teams remaining. And we're not even 20 minutes into the matchup, and we're already seeing so many casualties. And NGGZ, this is their biggest round yet. 11 points here in Rondo.
Now it's a stalemate. After all that chaos, this is kind of nice. Where every single team is just really trying to figure out how exactly not only to navigate this terrain, but also cross over. Now, for SKC, they've been fairly quiet. They've been mostly focusing on just getting that mid side of that circle. They haven't shown their hand at all. It's all the other teams that have been fighting tooth and nail. Now, forward eats the full blast of that grenade, so gets knocked down. And I'm not too sure how exactly this will affect their rotations.
And then perhaps they might actually let go down, since this is going to be a very, very dangerous spot to be at. All flat ground terrains, the only ones who are at elevated spots is going to be SKC. But they do find lucky though, slowly getting barbecued by the small little bitch. And that might actually do the trick, but somehow he managed to heal back up to 80%. Oh, got a little hairy for a moment right there, but it really feels like Lucky's been very lucky as he's still crawling around the edges. Gerald wants to settle the score.
Oh, too wide.
Oh no.
Okay, you know what? Maybe I should name myself Lucky. Maybe I'll get as lucky as him because everything is going wide right now. Nothing is hitting. And the rest of the other teams are not really moving around here. NGGZ is the only team getting very active.
Indeed. NGGZ, they know that they need to fight for those spaces, but they need to clear out Lucky first and foremost in order to dictate this area. And take a look at the far corner. There's also Hive International. And finally, they did manage to actually hit that mark. So, yeah, took him long enough. But Gerald has got his head popping out. So, On Fire takes advantage of that. 4 teams left on the block. We're heading into stage 7, and it does seem like OF does have the advantage in the form of sheer numbers alone, but Hive as well as SKC, they could still form something up. And the next one on the chopping block, very likely to be the side of NGGZ because they're running out of utils to fend off against Hive.
Yeah, that's a nade toward Gerald's as well, so NGGZ cannot hold on. I mean, to be fair, NGGZ played aggressively and tried to get as many points as they can because it's probably the idea that already knew that they cannot make it to that end game, right? They didn't have positional space. They were out of bodies, out of util as well. So their game plan is to take as many bodies as they can before they went down to top 4 with the amount of eliminations they have. I think it's great work already. Now for OF here, they've been very active throughout this game. But my question is, how exactly going to be dealing with the rest of the team? With SKC getting sandwiched, I'm not sure I'm liking their odds.
Yeah, it's a little bit iffy as well. If you take a look at OS position, they're the ones outside of the zone right now, and they do know for a fact that there is that crease where it will leave them very vulnerable the moment that they run right into the zone. And SKC are doing an excellent job just to hold them back. Sky getting pinned out, and they're slowly running out of time. Less than a minute. I believe that eventually OF's just gotta book it though. For SKC, they have the only compound that's left in play, so they can just hold on for as long as possible. But that also allows Hive International to have a lot more of the space on the far southwestern corner to play things out, while Hive are also working on tagging those members of On Fire by the edge. And yes, they will be successful once again. It's Pretzel on the mark.
Yeah, I like that. These are very long-range hits as well. You can see that Pretzel is just almost surgically moving around the map, trying to see a pixel out of space. And when he sees something going on, that pre-fires just make it so hard for anyone to even react. Now, SKCU had Dabe move outside, hoping to maybe scout out a player or so, steal away a body or a kill. But as soon as they stepped out, they were immediately shot at. So there are going to be dedicated members for both these teams, keeping a close eye on them as well. So for SKC right now, personally for me, I would love for them to stay a little bit more passive. Yes, they don't have eliminations, but at the very least, they can still go for that chicken dinner. Those extra points is going to kind of really launch them forward ahead of a lot of teams, despite not having those eliminations, right? Because right now, because of positions, you know, it's a situation that they're now in an advantage that they don't have to worry too much about moving away from the circle. They have position advantage. For Hive, they are, I mean, they're out in the open. Yes, they have kind of like fired SKC. But in this situation, if you are hunkered down, unless Hive has a lot of util, which I think they do, it's going to be a bloodbath inside if they do decide just, I don't know, just throw everything inside.
Yeah, and I do think that eventually that favor will shift towards the side of Hive International, because once we hit into stage 9, it will zoom directly into the center where Hive has already gotten dips from the outskirts, which also means that SKC eventually has to step out of these compounds. So it's about a little bit of a waiting game before that ever happens. And like you said, they're all boxed in. If any utils were to be flung over on their side, they could be absolutely cooked right there. And it doesn't require those names.
Wait, that's insane. No, I'm not gonna lie. Pretzels has been he's been on point with these insane off angles. Look at that tiny little pixel. And every time they peek or try to move, they're gone. Okay, here comes the util dump. Talked about that earlier. And now SKC is forced to move outside. So they're trying to do this thing where they move inside and outside. But I'm not too sure if they can account that the fact that they are actually crunched in from 2 different sides. Here comes the Molly. Panda's down.
Oh boy, they got nowhere else to go and they're absolutely surrounded. That's one need to rule them all. Hive International backs another chicken dinner, and it's going to be a fresh one here this week on Match 1.
Oh yeah, like the fact that for Hive, it's been not only very surgical, but very aggressive coming from this team. I think from the beginning all the way till the end, they already had this game plan in mind. Get as many eliminations as possible, and the rest just fall into place. Position-wise has been great, check. Firepower has been great, check. We have a player in an off angle, keeping a close eye on all the team's pretzel, check. I feel like they have really covered their grounds well on Rondo. They know how to navigate the terrain of Rondo, and at the very least as well, they know how to play against a team that's hunkered down in a compound compared to the others.
That's right. We take a look once again on all these crazy inflated stats, and majority of the bulk of the income of points are coming in from the side of Pretzel. If you take a look at just sheer damage numbers alone, they've already hit 1,033. And of course, to match that up, Ryman, we've seen that incredible play where he was just taking on 2 teams all by himself through the warehouse. Incredible stuff as well, where he also adds another 4 more points to the tally alongside with range.
You know what? Coming into this particular game, I think that, I mean, again, when you look at Hive, right? We know how good Pretzel is. We know how good Raimon, Range, and Monboy are. And I think that if you were to see their growth from the previous runs all the way till today, I mean, if you compare it last week as well, right? They had so many different ways to approach this game. It not only is it tactical, it's also surgical. They take their time. Their aggression is very controlled. It's what I wouldn't say, it's not as chaotic as what their gameplay used to be. And I'm kind of liking this maturity we're seeing in how exactly they move around the map as well, and how they play as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And overall, last week we see a little bit more of that composure coming in. And as much as they love to play aggressive, there were certain times that it was a 50-50 trade. But for most part, they were absolutely clean on their calls here in the very first matchup, especially on that big play that Ryman did early on. And we saw so many of these teams were just mauling each other from the get-go. So it's the point that by stage 4, we already seen 8 teams eliminated, and towards the very tail end, it was a little bit of a lack of space for a majority of these teams to play, hence why we see plenty of them actually play around the corners of the zone. So for teams like NGGZ, who have gotten so many points back then, it was rather unfortunate that they kind of took too long to actually enter into a better state. But who can blame them when you have pretty much flat grounds to only play with for the top 4?
Yeah, it's such an open area, but this is something to be expected from Rondo, right? It's such a big area. The terrains are very, I wouldn't say minimal, but it's not as intense as something as the cover we get from, say, Miramar or Erangel. And you know, when you are a team that knows how to crunch from 2 different places, when you are a team that has players doing dedicated things, like you have Pretzel dedicating himself to one particular team as soon as they peek out, it's good. And I like the fact that everyone knows what they're supposed to do in a team, which led us here with 13 eliminations and 2.8k damage. I think a bulk of that, or half, at least 1/3 of that, was literally just Pretzel. Now coming into the rest of the teams as well, I mean, again, you did mention this during the cast, right, Contra, that we are seeing these early fights, these early aggressions, this very aggressive style of play coming in today, and it translates, because not only is Hive having 13 eliminations, we have teams with 12, 12, and 9, which is very different that I think the tempo that we saw from previous games, where we have one team that's maybe going a little bit more aggressive, having the highest amount of frags compared to the rest of the lobby, and it's quiet from the other parts of the map.
Yeah, it's evidently being displayed by a lot of those teams out there, but more importantly for Hive International, they've got their main hitman taking the MVP, Pretzel. This guy does it all. You saw him going for flanks, you saw him also going for revivals when they need him to go in for the rescue, and he's always taking charge of every single battle, so much so that he's contributing 34% of the points to his team. And of course, this is a great hit start for Hive International. Last week, we saw them clinch the 2nd spot, and they're definitely taking their chances here with the absence of Yangon Galacticos, so they want to be the leader of the pack, and rightfully so. With a good start here will mean that they will have so much more of the opportunities for the upcoming 5 matches to come. And speaking of which, of course, we will now look at the standings right here, and I would say it is a very close comparison, other than, you know, some teams dropping slightly earlier, but those frag numbers are insane.
Yeah, and I think that even those players or teams that got knocked out early with no placement points also had eliminations as well, which showed how chaotic the beginning toward the mid game was. Because like you said, we are at what, circle number 3, and we only had 9 teams left at the time, so you could tell that everyone was running for it. For me personally, when I saw Rondo for the first time, I thought, hey, it's gonna be a slower paced map. It's a lot bigger, there's a lot of areas to cover, but I'm glad that it's I mean, the mindset shifted, right? And I think the shift is here mostly because we're hoping to catch some teams off guard. So at this point of time, there's no such thing as an early start. Always assume you're always going to get hot dropped, which we saw what, 3-4 teams got hot dropped early in the game as well. So which is always, you know, I don't know whether these players prefer it or not. I don't know whether how high the cortisol is throughout the entirety of this game, but the points speak for itself. Now, we are done with Hive right now. We still have another 5 maps to go. So for you guys over at home here, we're gonna take a quick break after this Erangel. So please don't go anywhere.
Now that was an incredible start to our Rondo run. And of course, once again, we'd like to remind you that our dear friends of PUBG Mobile, Bam Bam, as well as Mini, will be releasing an official single, Carry You, coming real soon. So, you know what to do. If you guys are fans of Bam Bam as well as Mini, it's time for you guys to celebrate together and team up for everyone. Bring your friends all along, as this is our 8th anniversary and we're making it huge for our 8-year birthday bash. So happy birthday, PUBG Mobile! And of
Yeah.
course, there's just so much more offerings here in PUBG Mobile. So make sure you guys update your app and enjoy all the fun together alongside with your friends and loved ones. So Tash, once again, welcome back. Since it's been a while since we casted together. And
Yeah.
how was that first round? Well, tell me about it, because I don't think we've seen anything like it from the past week. It was just so explosive.
No. It's an insane shift. Just from the VODs that we saw from last week, you could tell that a lot of teams had gone back to the drawing table, refigured out how they wanted to approach the game. And I think that there's no other map better than Rondo for these aggressive pushes. It's a little bit more flat. You can go for long range, you can go for short range. And I think as teams sort of understand this, they're understanding okay, which teams are we most comfortable taking fights against, and which teams are we going to be avoiding. And especially since today there's no Yangon Galacticos, I wouldn't call Group A the group of death, but just because Yangon Galacticos is in there's always going to be that fear, right? Because it seems like they are a team that's a little bit more experienced in those early fights. They have a plan A and plan B. So I think it's a great time for teams to just really kind of test out their firepower today before they go into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And with new group shuffles, I do wonder how does Erangel look coming into our upcoming games, because last week there were certain teams that love to landlock each other, go in for that hot drop, and of course there's victors and also those that didn't exactly enjoy their hot drops in particular. So maybe a couple of spots like Yasnaya will have to pay attention to, because last week I believe it was a few teams that really wants to hunker down on that location. So maybe with even the shifts, that might not even happen at all. So I think there's definitely a lot to actually look at when we move into these 3 back-to-back rounds of Erangel. Rondo so far shows us a very big shift in the form of tempo, so teams are feeling more confident, teams are willing to take more risks, more fights. And from that last showing of the leaderboards, everybody except for JNK, who usually are explosive, they didn't walk away with points, unfortunately. But maybe this is where they get to farm back those numbers, because these are, former members of Genesis Esports, former members of YG, which there is a lot of rave and hype about, but I feel like they haven't always got their engines running at full gear.
Sometimes I think, I'm this big believer that even if you do have players from the best teams in the world put together into one team, it's going to take a while to really figure out that groove. And I'm really hoping that this team does figure it out. Again, you're coming into this league, right? This Challengers League, playing in a bigger field compared to what you're usually playing in your own home country. The styles change, the stats change, the tempo changes as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if AJNK does sort of pull themselves together. Again, map 1 in a day is always going to be a shock. I like to say that sometimes you have a bad game in map 1 and then you sort of already warmed up throughout, and then you start to just really pull yourselves together into a team. And on top of that as well, Erangel is a much more familiar map for a lot of these teams. I would say that, even though we've had Rondo for quite a while, it's still going to be a trial and error process, especially when they're playing with different players, right? So this is where I'm kind of hoping to see the real JNK that everyone's been hyping out about coming into this game. Now, I think, again, I think we talked about a little bit about what happened on the last weekend. For you personally, which team has surprised you the most and you did not expect to be at the top, other than Yangon Galacticos, of course? Which team do you really want to highlight here today?
Well, I think one team that's a notable mention that's other than those who absolutely popped off in game 1. Last week it was Hive, it was YG, and also MSI that's been bagging plenty of those points. But Observation Esports, this is a brand new name alongside with Nemesis Esports. These two, they are actually trailblazing the charts as well. They were around the top 5 to top 6, and if I do recall correctly. So I do think that they do have a lot of stuff to offer. Nemesis, they're on that ultra aggro. They always push, even from stage 1 onwards. So they are an exciting bunch to watch, but that also means that if they do have small little mistakes, it can actually erupt into them being sent off very early on. Whereas Observation kind of reminds me of a very young YG, a more methodical playstyle coming from the side of Observation, where they do have plenty of offerings while they look very balanced. I do think that sometimes they do seem a little bit hesitant. I think Rondo was kind of an evidence of what really went on. They do have good survivability. They can kind of fight, but there's some form of hesitance holding them back into week 1. So hopefully they did actually shake that off. So these are my the two names that I want to see go all the way to the top 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the rankings as well, right? I mean, like you mentioned, with YG leading the charts, especially on the weekend as well, it's a different shift because you have some teams that do really well on the weekday. Teams like Hive, MSI, I think were some of the chart toppers on week 1, day 5, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So it's always fun to see how exactly they shift themselves to that weekend, because I'm pretty sure there are some teams that have a different playbook on the weekday and then shifting the way they play or even their rotations on the weekend just to catch some of these teams off guard. After all, it is going to be the top 16 toward the weekend as well, right? Now, prediction wise from map 2, oh wow, we have a few matching ones. Again, I am a big Osja fan and believer. This has not changed for the last, I think, 3-4 seasons. So, I'm still waiting for that breakout moment for them. But what about you? You have JNK there. We haven't really seen a really good run for them quite yet. Thoughts?
Well, I think over the weekend, they did actually back some really huge runs. Maybe not consistently in the top 4, but it's a very exciting team to watch. Last round in Rondo, I think they just took that fight too early and they just blew up entirely. So I've listed GG just like you because now without the presence of YG, I think there's a lot more area for them to play. And I also include the Boys of Observation, which I did cover earlier on. So a brand new week means brand new spots for some of these guys out there with that group shift. So this is going to be absolutely exciting for us to really cover what goes on and out here in the PUBG Mobile Challengers League 2026 as we dive into our first Erangel map of the week here in round 2 of the match.
Okay, going into Erangel as well. Honestly, for me, this is what the map that I would say where I would really kind of figure out the power rankings on where the teams would be at right now. Anyway, Zarki to Novaret Noye is where we're looking at in terms of flight path. So I think in this situation, everyone should be able to go to where they need to at the very least, except for that eastern side. So there's that to worry about as well. Now, for me personally, again, I mean, we have some teams you are looking for this week that's a little bit more quiet, right? Osja, JNK. This is where I want to see them say, hey, we're a little bit more familiar on this map. Let's try to work on our rotations. Let's try to figure out if these early fights are worth it or not. Should we take this team? Should we not? And just sort of figure their way up. Survivability. I mean, if you can't take those early fights, survivability is key. At the very least, those placement points should bolster you a little bit more forward.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree. I think ever since Aja has had so many different roster shift seasons after seasons, they haven't really found that firm footing into really getting a certain formula hunkered down just yet. But with this sort of flight path, we will definitely expect a lot of teams to just pick up those vehicles, get to a stretched out location such as Yasnaya that is a little bit far-fetched right now. The only ones moving into the island is going to be SKC since YG is not present, so they can take the entire Nova Rupnoy. As for Observation Esports, I absolutely forgot that they also are visitors. But this is sort of like a mainland kind of circle, unless we all get bamboozled that it could still end up in the islands, then it's good for Ovi.
I'm not optimistic. I mean, the last time we cast, I'm like, yes, water circle. Let's be for real here. It always ends up toward the mainland, so I'm okay with that. Anyways, we already got our first blood. Again, we have already anticipated this happening. No F as usual. We saw how aggressive they were last game, and I am not surprised that they're continuing off this momentum. They are currently on this insane high of aggression, and getting one from GC definitely ruins their chances a little bit more further to go ahead later, right? So in this situation, my question is, are you gonna try and just hold on, maybe search for the rest of GC since they're a little bit more crippled, or are you just gonna chill and just loot for now?
I think they gotta stock up first and foremost before they can go all aggro. So very likely or not, they will just find just about enough space to be dispersed. GC will try to...
I wanted to ask, remember that last few seasons ago where you had those early knife between 3 teams? wondering like what the heck went on, but that was
Oh, yeah.
really insane. I want
remember.
that to happen again. Yeah, I think it was you and I casting. I'm pretty sure it was
Yeah,
us.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember very clearly that it was that spot around Pochinki. There's that garage right there, and they just kept fighting for that garage. Like, I don't know what's the deal, but unfortunately, sad to say, Tash, like, that hasn't happened since, that
Man.
season. So, it's definitely a little bit of change right there, but maybe for the better because, that 50-50 is a little too much for certain teams to handle so early on where it's either all or nothing, right? You back 4
Yeah.
points for 0 or 0. So
I was-
it's rough.
Yeah, I wanted to say, did any team release a mic check for that particular round? Like, I would love to hear the comms like, hey, just screw the gun, just get the knife out and just knife everyone, like who started that?
It's just probably just a whole bunch of shouting, and that concludes the whole clip, right? So
Yeah,
I
that
can
would
only
be nice.
imagine it in my thoughts. And overall, now that we have this kind of circle that's around, the Southwest terrain, be it the islands, be it the mainland, like there's not really a lot of room for a lot of these teams to play, but they're kind of taking their sweet time. But as for JNK, they find themselves a monster truck inside of Erangel so early on. So perhaps this could be something that can bulldoze their way into that zone later, as they had such a rough game 1 back in Rondo. But we already get ourselves a little bit of early action. Monboy getting tagged from the side of GC. They already lost one. I'm not too sure if they really want to swing out.
Yeah. Crazy as well, and you could tell that Crazy is just one of those firepower, high firepower players as well. Now TTQ Lucky is close, Hive is there, so it's a little bit nervous for him. Took a lot of damage already. I gotta give it to Monboy. He's just one of those players, just so quick on his feet here. And Pretzel jumps out, brings death from above. Not the best way you want to go, but TTQ is not gonna go down without a fight. You could see some answer fire coming back from them as well, and at the same time OF wants to join in too, so we're coming here close. Hive does have a bit of cover to play with, but for OF here, they're just gonna take over the other side of the compounds.
Oh boy, I've never really seen OF being this rowdy before. Kaka feeling a little bit angsty today. He's already secured 2 points and he struck down that member of Hive International. Like you said, death from above early on coming from the side of Hive International. They were very confident on that 1v1 though, but now in a 3 versus 4 setting, it might be a little bit more challenging. They do have one member from the side of OF kind of on the far end of the hill, so that could be a little problematic for the side of Hive if they're not wary enough.
I was just chilling. I mean, they know one player is just repositioning. The other members of OF have a little bit more further space away. I mean, if OF do try to push, Hive at the first one, you can see that he does have a shotgun in hand, right? So, and it's something that he's very good at as well. But it doesn't mean that OF won't try, though. iTurks had to reposition just now just to be able to play a little bit more closer with his teammates. So you can see a lot of gunfire coming toward him as well if they do decide to leave the area. And I think OF says, yeah, I don't know, actually want to commit to this.
Yeah, I think it's wise not to fully commit right now. Still too soon to tell where exactly this zone will shift towards, but since OF's on the outskirts, they can actually look for other territory and just allow Hive to take that quarter north side of Quarry, which I do think that this is a better option in comparison because when you're somewhere near towards the side of Gatka, you have so much more info gathering as compared to being boxed into that far corner of the map. As for the side of GC, they lost majority of their members so early on. It's only down to Yang, who's only gonna play this one out slowly, I do assume. And what could alter the course of his fate is maybe the arrival of KE, which seems like they're going to be arriving anytime soon, but they might not even take that confirmed pit stops. Exactly.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I mean, we have seen some hero plays in the past. I mean, in terms of survivability, in terms of staying quietly while the team fights. I mean, you could steal away a kill or two in the midst of chaos. I mean, just because your teammates are around is not... You're not in a position where you're not able to at least get some points here and there. And especially if you are able to survive toward at least the top I don't know, top 4. We've seen it happen before from beginning to end. You know, and maybe even if you go down at 4 and you still win a kill or 2, it's still enough to just really bring your team forward. But I can only imagine the pressure that he is feeling on his shoulders right now, especially when his IGL's telling him what to do, where to go, how to play. It must be rough.
It definitely does be. It is definitely rough, especially with the tension of the tournament, with everything at stake. One season you've prepared for months on end, and it all boils down to 2.5 weeks. 2 weeks if you don't qualify into the grand finals, and it's gonna be a very long off season if they absolutely miss out. And of course, now we get a confirmation it does end up in the corners of Quarry. We've seen majority of the teams already inbound, but Oz just taking their sweet time. They're still on the outskirts of the blue and circling in, like I've called it early on. Kill enemy. KE
I don't think they know.
is making their presence known though, but yeah, they haven't checked just yet. So Yang, he's just gotta keep quiet. They're absolutely scouting around, so it might just be the case that they would actually find out.
They know now. They definitely heard his footsteps. So shots to the face, and Yang, unfortunately for him, takes a lot of damage. Not even able to steal away a kill, and getting 0 eliminations is just not the way to go. I mean, you go from like a pretty decent game before, and now just going out early. You know, you're already mentally prepping yourself to playing catch up in the next Erangel. But for KE, this is good. They started this week at one of the lowest ranking teams. So in a way, this could be like one of that big steps. Just really push them into momentum, start collecting those points, and start to really bolster themselves forward.
Yeah, it's definitely a good freebie for them to gain, just to give them a little bit more of that confidence in essence. Since last week, they only find the bulk of their income of points through maybe a late surge throughout the weekend, and that's kind of about it. They have not really reached the triple-digit threshold, reaching only about 60 to 70 points or thereof. And of course, now we have OF trying to get right into the doors, as he could not afford to save Sky in time, unfortunately. And the rest of JNK trying to show a little bit of aggression from the outskirts.
Still, guys, I'm just in a position where I don't think he can be picked up anymore. So at this point, I think his teammates are just gonna, let's say, call it. But somehow managing to steal away Campus somehow there. That dog does spot him out. Unfortunately for him, a bit too wide. Still, at the very least, gonna try and bait out. Nah, I think Master D2K has said, yeah, that's enough baiting for now. They're not gonna come here. At the very least, let's steal away a kill or 2 more and just possibly eliminate OV altogether before we move around the map. At least we not only get points, but also that security that we're able to move around that area in a more safe manner without a team just sort of like shooting at us.
Yeah, and overall, they're just really prepping up for that end game, because in the corners of Quarry, the moment that you book the best spot possible and it just strings directly onto you, you get to free farm for a very long time. So right now, it's a big gamble, to say the very least, for some of the teams who are on the far corners of the outskirts. But if they move so slowly, like, perhaps there's also going to be certain leeways that will be able to find openings. And speaking of openings, right there, KE with a drive-by, knocking down a member side of Observation Esports, and the hardship has begun. It goes into the flat grounds of Gatka, and that spot that JNK is holding on, the high ground, we'll see plenty of action later on.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen so many situations where we have like one player left alive here, and now it's Leo doing that. I mean, at least for this vehicle, it's a little bit more tanky, so survivability is definitely there. But he's going to be passing by, I think, what, 2-3 teams moving forward. That's that tagged out in the open. There we go. That's JNK. Great opening pick-off. Just really just bolster themselves forward. We saw GG as well close by, stealing away his teammates. So now they have to quickly kind of like pull themselves together, reposition themselves, and make sure that they don't lose more teammates just because they got a little bit more hungry for one player.
Yeah, speaking of hungry though, looks like BKE got themselves bombarded by the rest of Terra Esports, and it's not stopping anytime soon. Terra Esports wants to claim that real estate. 2 members down for the count. Black Eagles, they're thinking about revivals, but instead, they will have to show some aggression first and foremost. Kane managing to find that knock, and finally, they will get to claim that reset. Whereas there's even more of those members coming from the side of JNK, and this might just be overwhelming to deal with two teams at once. They will make do. More nades being sent right in. And on the other corner over onto the far south, there's also another team that wants to also take hold of that space as well. Mix finding himself in action up against the rest of BKE. Yatka claims one more live, while 2-on-4 Kira also going for the bombardment. So that spot, I'm not too sure whether if this is the smartest move for the rest of these teams to also claim where BKE is at if they ever win out that fight, because whoever's in there is getting a lot of attention.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a corner. You don't have a lot of space to work with. Annex close by, 214, one member of TO as well. So there's this idea that not only are they, crunched, but they're in a position where they cannot even get out of there. All they can do is just hold on and just hope that another team would take a fight elsewhere, give them a window of opportunity to steal away a kill, just so they could just leave the area and reposition. And even then, you don't know if the high ground on the other end of the map is not being inhabited. Because look at how aggressively 2-on-4 is shooting, and the pre-fires mean that even though they want to move through a smoke, there is that that chance they're gonna get clipped.
Very, very high chance, as a matter of fact. But for what it's worth, BKE somehow have managed to at least last out for quite some time. Also bagging 2 points at it. JNK have the most poised position of them all. They could just guard off anyone from the southwestern corner, and that 2-2 formation that they're holding out with so far has paid dividends in the form of really catching on to all the other players, moving inbound. Kill enemy so far, calm and steady, racking small little wins here and there to claim a total of 4 for the time being. But TTQ, they're making their big advancements right now, and I really do wonder where exactly will they end up, because wherever they go right now, they might just actually be shot by all the teams that are also around the vicinity, especially from the side of Kill Enemy, who has just arrived at the corner with Master D2K, so they gotta make haste right here, right now.
BKE this time around, they're holding on, and finally 2-on-4 is making a move. I'm not sure if Kim Yoko has been seen quite yet, because all attention is currently on BKE. Both Kane and Frenzy cannot do anything. Falls eventually. So 2-on-4 wins this, gets the compound and access to the map. Still have to take this fight against J and K before they can fully get into the area. And J and K's positioning on this map is great. They have what, a 2-2 formation going around. They have terrain and cover. And somehow, Enor has a nice pickoff toward TTQ. These are some insane long-range pickoffs, if you ask me. Granted that this team has been, I think, keeping an eye out on NGGZ for quite some time.
Yeah, I really felt like their attention was split apart throughout the areas of the hillside, to the point that they kind of disregarded some of the fields of Gatka, which is where Miner has been able to find one through the compounds instead, while the rest of Hive International clearing up some space. Just in the nick of time for them to also move inbound into the zone, but JNK is the major problem right now for majority of these teams, and just like that, Hive gets to back another one, but they do lose 2 members though. So a little worse for wear, but hey, 4 points so far in the early game, and it's KE somehow holding firm inside the shack, and MSI slowly gets depleted despite them wanting to take off that small little shack. Carillo stands firm, stands tall, but still gonna be a 1v2 that he has to win out though in order to clear that space.
You also have to worry about SKC close by as well. Yeah, MSI is not done. KE still coming through here. Mad Dog waiting in the wings. That nade does not clip him. Also have to worry about Ching Ching that needs to get picked up as well. But I say is not gonna allow that to happen. This is the guy that got an MVP title last week here. Takes a lot of damage from one end. And Master D2K not allowing him to continue on his rampage. So he's just gonna try and move around the smoke and the haystack. Make sure that his teammates have a bit of space to breathe and move around. And MSI kept at bay for a little while longer.
Wow, just love this new look coming for the side of KE. taking full charge of all these battles and leaving nobody behind. Hyper International on the defense, though, with the charge of OF into the compound. It's going to be Pretzel holding down the line as he receives some assistance coming in from ex-teammates, or should I say from the side of JNK. On Fire was actually running for their lives, looking for a space, but it is straight into harm's way. But Pretzel's running out of space himself. He's going in with a last-ditch effort, but still not finding the point at the very end. A top 10 with 4 points.
KC once again find themselves in a very dangerous predicament here. But still, Nabe will fall. At the very least, gets a trade back onto campus. So it's not for naught, but it's not a kill confirmed. So it does not give them one more point, and finally here. So Campus and Curlio does fall here as well. So SKC, a bit more of a different look coming into this game compared to the previous map here. As Godspeed gets clipped, that's an insane amount of damage taken just by that nade. And this low ground is not doing them any favors, which 214 is taking full advantage of, sending Capo on a bit more of an aggressive push. And as soon as JNK pops their head out, immediately they get clipped and they fall. And 214 is just not slowing down here, despite the fact that this team, they're not the one that's gatekeeping them out there.
Yeah, I really feel like they were overheated. JNK, they basically spread their wings out to play through the ridges, but it is to their own demise. And now that big nade clips onto 214 Pro looking to close it out clean in their fashion. Of course, it was Mix that take a little bit of that damage, but all is absolutely cleared out here over the southwestern corner of the map. 8 points. Absolutely huge momentum swinging in favor of 214.
Yeah, you could tell that just from that previous map, they were already going at it. And this is exactly what they wanted, or the style of gameplay they needed to see today. Now, Phoenix, once again, currently at 0. And it's just so rough for them as well because they are getting bombarded from the beginning of the map all the way till now. Survivability is something that they're not able to do at all. Granted that a lot of teams have been keeping a close eye on them, just slowly trying to eliminate them. Now, GG still, at the same time, wants to shift this momentum 214 has and put it in their favor. Support taking a lot of chip damage coming around. Nang X, at the very least, on the side of the wings, giving some cover fire for his teammate. I'm surprised that Migs took this long to eliminate one of the players of GG. And Ryujin as well. There's a lot of 1v1s coming in from this team, and Sun takes full advantage of it with Capo coming close by. And that's a very reckless sort of spray coming from him from that far, and he somehow comes up on top.
Well, I can't blame the guy because it was going absolutely topsy-turvy. They were not supposed to have too many of their own members dropping out because they have the higher ground instead, but somehow the rest of them just march on. And now 214 has got a lot of work to go in for to pick up, as Min is currently down. He's been hitting those mark for quite some time now. And as the dust settles here, it seems like more and more teams are drawing the attention towards the side of 214 Pro and GGZ now with the nades. Capo can only hide by the corner of the buggy. Miner knows that he's still out there, so he's dropping more and more volleys, bombardments into the scene. And Miner might just be able to finish up the job. Daryl takes a bunch of the clip, whereas Capo somehow survives. I'm not too sure how he does it, but somehow he's staying afloat. He spots MM driving through, and he will still go down.
That's rough. I think NGGs are so aware that he's not gone quite yet. So, you know, 5th place, 11 elims is a hell of a way to go, if you ask me. They have been aggressive from the beginning of the game all the way till then. Finally, in the end, you know, probably realizing that not only their positioning was not great, they were a little bit more late to the circle because they were going around the map and getting eliminations instead of prioritizing position. I think it's kind of that situation where you're a little bit too over-aggressive. You take too long to find that space, and I think a lot of teams sort of forget that in the heat of things.
Yeah, they just left everything at the back of their mind. Meanwhile, I think NGGZ did find a little bit of a firm balance between, you know, going for proactive plays as well as keeping their positions as well. So a very timely manner to really take on 214 in order to really overwhelm them, because 214 is taking too many fights anyways. Whereas Asia as well as SKC, they have always been putting themselves into a really safe haven for the most part. But SKC, there was that swing that sees them taking out big names like KE early on, so maybe they might just be the next one to pose a challenge, a threat towards the side of NGGZ, because NGGZ's not entirely in the zone as well, so they're trying to claw that way in. A hovercraft waiting on the other corner though, so SKC could actually use that to their advantage.
Oh yeah. Nice to see Ozja up here as well. Granted, they had, I think, a more quiet week compared to what they usually have. SKC, once again, top 4. I have to say their positioning has been phenomenal without going too aggressive early in the game here. The blue zone shifting means NGGZ needs to not only take this fight, but also win it as well to be able to win a spot inside of that circle. There's a bit of chip damage coming toward Gerald, so he's gonna cook up that nade. You can see the pre-fires just kind of spraying through those smokes, just not doing them any value. And Dabe, once again with his teammates, gonna make it pain from above. It's almost like meteorites, right? Just dropping on them with all of these nades. But NGGZ don't seem deterred at all. All they have to do is just reposition, find themselves a different way, hopefully steal away a kill, but Minar does almost get taken down.
Ooh, very risky position that he's playing at. Finally decides to shift to the other side of the tree so that all these utils will be burned off on the side of SKC, but they are driving straight into the direction of red. Thankfully, somebody's been able to stop him. Ozja sending out Joseph to clear out that space. Meanwhile, they're also taking two different sides of the fight. Miner dangerously low, but he's got nothing else to cover himself but that patch of grass. Ooh, that toss. Not quite connecting though, so Lizzie gets to play this one out. I do believe that this is one of the debut performance coming from the side of Lizzie Boy, finally showing up to the occasion here in the top tree. And now this could very likely be their chance if they could just overwhelm SKC, as that's going to be the other team with the full squad still intact, whereas MSI took too much more than they could chew. And now the dust settles for a little bit as we finally move into that stage 7 shift, and it goes further up towards the north side, which means that MSI, despite being all alone, he could see everything that's going on, because this is just flat grounds for him to play with.
I'm excited for him. I mean, if FV does pull off the impossible, I swear to God, I will be yelling. Anyways, coming into Ozja here as well, I think they've sort of adopted a very similar style play to what we saw from SKC in the previous map. A little bit more quiet in the early game. They got some pickoffs in the midst of rotations instead of forcing fights. Very opposite to what we what we saw from 2-on-4, excuse me. Now FV does move around the area. Showed his hand a little bit too early, if you ask me. Makes me a little bit uncomfortable for him, especially since he took a little bit more chip damage. But it's only Myth that is keeping a close eye on him as well. So because of that space, he could potentially force a 1v1, potentially steal away a kill, because it's gonna be hard for SK to get close enough without getting noted by the rest of the teams and get taken down.
Yeah, FV is gonna be a thorn in the flesh on both sides the moment that they start to move into those flat ground terrains. Also keep an eye out on those utils though. SKC only 6 more smokes left for them to try to play on those flat ground terrains, whereas Asha, they could smoke the entire field if they really want to. 14 smoke grenades. They're absolutely well prepared, well old enough for them to just go for that full brute force up against the members of SKC, and they just drove straight into their crosshairs instead. Joseph's got the perfect angle, and just like that, they shredded out 3 members, making the entire squad of Skull Collector.
Oh, that is rough if you ask me, because it felt like SKC had the perfect position as well as the right tools to be able to shoot back. I think there was a momentary panic coming in from this team as well, because they were just getting bombarded with shots all over the place. Now, if for somehow, I'm very happy to see FV managing to still survive all the way till the end here, getting surrounded from all different angles, and on top of that, the blue zone is coming right at him here. Gonna try and stay alive a little bit longer, but for Ozja, they do not want to allow him to go down to the blue for free. So it's Ozja starting off strong on Erangel. Welcome back to the big stages, and welcome back to your old form.
Tash, I gotta say, you are their lucky charm. You voted for Ozja, and here they are clinching their big win after a long, grueling week 1. Now they're whipped back into shape. That 2 days of break now gives them just about enough time to reflect and synergize once more with this star-studded roster, and we may just actually see Ozja holding on to that #1 position right after this matchup. We go back into all the stats as Joseph was the main hitman, the one that absolutely crushed the entirety of SKC to ensure victory is theirs.
Yeah, that was a nice off angle he played with that screen and also that tree line as well. It was really well played. And I think that because they have a nice crossfire, they can almost like tag team off each other as well based on that info. So which is why Joseph was able to just quickly spray out, just move back into cover as well. And you could tell that the priority has shifted as well for Austria in this particular map. They're not really trying to go for these aggressive fights early. They're not scared per se because you are seeing those eliminations as they're rotating, but they're taking fights. They're not forcing fights. They're taking fights if they need to. So it's never a full send for this team. Rather than pickoffs, making it to the top 4 is their main priority, especially since they ended last week not too high. I think 12th place is what they had. So to play catch up in terms of points is not going to be the easiest, but they're very, very patient on how exactly they approach these games.
That's right, and this week, we might just see it being clad absolutely in green if they could just continue on course with this newfound momentum for Austria Esports. On that early span of the match, we see many of all these teams fighting for space around the Gatka villages over the southern side, and it's just heavy casualties. Black Eagles were on the receiving end, not really defending themselves well enough, but 3 other teams being around that vicinity. It was just a tough ordeal, but it was a huge round still for some notable names like KE that did fight their way for tooth and nail in the early game until that late game happened, which is where we saw the brilliance of Aja starting to shine.
Yeah, honestly, you also have to really worry about teams like 2-4 that just really up the ante in terms of aggression as well, right? And you can start to see that MSI as well want to play as aggressively too. So, you know, we're starting to see a pattern between all these teams. NGGZ is also one of them as well. So it's up to the teams to just say, okay, we're starting to see these teams play aggressive early. Are we going to, you know, really take the mantle and really fight them early as well to stop, to just really lower their momentum? Because one thing's for sure though, look at teams like Austria as well as 2-4. They are very, very momentum heavy teams. They have a bad game, they're gonna be quiet throughout the entirety of that day until they find that footing. So, you know, with 2-4 starting off this hot early, I think this is a matter of concern for many of these teams. They need to find a plan to not only stop their, their momentum, but also if say you are attacked by 2-4 early, what can we do to make sure that we're able to survive the onslaught? Are we gonna run away, or do we have a plan B in order to just really cripple them a little bit?
Yeah, I think that is basically the kind of MO that they do have. 2-4 Pro overall, their playstyle is just sure aggression for most part of week 1. We can start to also see that they have gotten the hang of things for most part. Whereas Aja, with Joseph now leading the fray, this is a huge 50% contribution from the man himself bagging that MVP title, despite the damage not really telling us too much of like, oh, he did every single thing, but hey, still pretty surmountable when it comes down to clutching out some of all these pivotal moments in the match, especially with, you know, the presence of SKC to be the main targets in that final few zones. They managed to just clean out house so securely, all thanks to Joseph in this matchup. So hopefully he will once again show us this level of display in the upcoming rounds once again for Aja Esports. Whereas the rest of the teams, they gotta play catch up because there's still more rounds to go, but I'm liking what we're seeing for this entire evening so far. 18 huge points for Aja Esports.
Yeah, good stuff coming from them as well. This is exactly what they need to really launch themselves forward. I think, coming into this match as well, I think we should see a leap from them coming into the overall standings here. You know, coming into this particular game, I'm surprised that TTQ wasn't able to survive as long as they did, but understandably so. The momentum shift this week probably caught a lot of teams off guard. They weren't expecting these early fights. We talked about consistency, right? Hive is definitely one of the teams that started on a high and barely even got, I think, the high amount of eliminations that we expected them to get based on their aggression on that Rondo map. So again, when you move to Erangel, a map that a lot more teams are a little bit more prepared for, a little bit more higher understanding on, we start to see an understanding on how exactly the movement and rotations are going to be. Now, coming into this, I'm glad to see JNK also are very much awake. They got, what, 6th place just now as well. So they will be kind of like launching themselves forward. Currently, I believe they are at some of the teams, one of the teams currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. So they are also a team that is in a position that it's so important they play catch up this week.
Yeah, I'm starting to be pretty concerned outside of J and K because, you know, they only got like 9 points for the moment. But, of course, still plenty of time for them to try to find a little bit more of the footing. Whereas those with a 0 all the way down from 17th to 20th, they're not playing for today, so that's the least of our concern. So we're definitely going to see a lot of shift, especially from the middle of the pack, because you take a look at 6th to 8th position. That's 12 points for On Fire, TTQ, as well as KE. So definitely, eventually, they're going to have to break that kind of threshold for the moment. But like you said, Hive just got to find a little bit more of that consistency. Winning out big on round 1 does not really guarantee them anything. And it does seem like the most consistent so far has been 2-1 for 2 games in a row. Despite not having that chicken dinner, they're currently on top. So up next, another round of Erangel. So we'll give you guys a couple of minutes to grab some snacks and we'll be right back.
All right, guys, if you guys are at home, don't forget we also have the new Apollo Project Evo as well. That is already in the game right now as we speak. This is the PUBG Mobile X Apollo Automobile collaboration for the PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary. Can you believe it's already 8 years? PUBG Mobile? That is insane. Anyways, this is available now until the 10th of May, so do not miss out on getting this ride in your game because we also have the Project Evo alongside the Apollo Intensa Emozione to unlock with exclusive Apollo themed items as well as experience rebellious German engineering.
That's right. It's just all the cool stuff. There's only 10 units of the real Apollo Project Evo.
Wait,
as well
real?
as IE.
Only 10?
Yeah, there's only 10. So if you guys actually do want to actually get your hands on it, honestly, this is like the only way you can just buy it yourself, like the skin, you know, like it's only gonna last till like the end of next month or so. So make sure you get your hands on it. Well, with that out of the way, you know, we go back to the focus of what's at hand, the matches. I think like it was absolutely great intensity displayed for a majority of the teams, but Asia Esports, they're finally back. We're happy. Everybody back in Cambodia is happy. And you know, today's trend so far, we're seeing the surge of not only the Filipino teams out there, but also the Cambodian teams are also putting up quite a strong front. Last week, very Myanmar, Burmese heavy in that sense. So all these regions is really holding up into what they know best. So I'm certainly impressed.
Yeah, I love seeing this shift as well. I think for a while now, we've seen a lot more heavier style play coming in from teams like Erangel Galacticos back then. But now that shift is good because it shows that a lot of regions, are also keeping up with not only the meta but also their aggression and style of play. Now, I really hope that this momentum or aggression keeps out throughout the entirety of this week. Please, I do not want to go back that slower start. I love violence. I know it's a tactical game, but you know, for us at home who are casters, who are viewers, we just like chaos. It's just who we are as people. Now, coming into the next map, okay, I mean, we had a look at the first Erangel for today. In your opinion, Contra, do you think that a lot of shift is going to happen now that teams are understanding how teams such as Hive, 2-4 work? And will we start to see a counter style play in terms of rotations and fights?
Yeah, I do believe that we are already seeing it unfold slowly and surely, as you know. It's great that, you know, this whole shift of dynamics of teams with the rotations have been brought to light. Now that teams are maybe feeling a little bit better of, you know, what they're being matched up with here for day one. That's one. Two, you have YG means that there's a lot less trouble of somebody taking all of your chicken dinners away. So that is just some of the couple of instances of things that give them a little bit more confidence to really go in for the push. Nothing's going to be stopping them. So this mindset shift is of utmost importance because they know very well that they cannot afford to miss out on the grand finals, Tash. And it's great. That fighting spirit, we need more of that.
Now, I think as we go into it as well, right? I mean, week one had already, I think, passed. So, you know, when I think there's a shift in the reshuffle of the teams on week two. It's not your usual reshuffle though, right? I mean, it's a different kind of reshuffle. If I'm not believing, it's based on their week one ranking. So right now we're on Group B. You have like number 2, number 9, number 12, and number 19. Do you think that based on these positions, it does mean anything compared to before where it's just a random group draw?
It could be pretty much the case as well, where, you know, week one, you can't exactly decide things because it's been shuffled so randomly. Now that, you know, everyone's kind of placed themselves into these respective groups based on last week's performances. Not that they asked to be either dead bottom or middle of the pack, but hey, it is what it is. But they finally figured out, hey, maybe week two we're drawn lots into such a way that now things are looking a little bit more balanced. Things are maybe a little bit better for us to manage scenarios since they already took the first week to know each other. So now they get to really draft out, okay, we can kind of plot a certain passage where these are the more passive teams. So maybe we get to look to challenge them. Or hey, these guys have been irking me for the past week. Maybe we choose to blockade them here. There's just so many plans that you could just install in week 2, and that's what's exciting to see.
Yeah, speaking of exciting, we are going to be seeing our second Erangel of the day as well. And I mean, personally, I don't know why, but every time I'm casting this game, we're always getting like somewhat of a quarry, fairy pier, pre-moss circle. I don't know what it is about it, but it's always here for me. Regardless, as we go into this one, I am super hyped to see how exactly the carnage will unfold in the beginning of the game. So everyone, put your seatbelts on.
Well, I hope that everybody's on the passenger seat and not driving right now. If that's ever going to be the case, if you guys are driving, be safe on the roads. Well, of course, you could still put us on blast so you could still cover every grounds by just listening through the entirety of this PMCL run. And of course, very similar fight path, Cash. So I don't know if it's deja vu that we're getting here, but for most part, most teams will kind of stick to pretty much the same form of drops, because the last we saw, maybe just a couple of fights happening around that Gatka region very early on. Other than that, it's pretty much smooth sailing for the rest of the pack. But we are also seeing certain teams journey their way over onto the top corner of the map. Hidden into the regions of Zarki is going to be the side of GC, whereas that centerfold attention is being drawn in from the side of J and K, who start things off nice and easy by Rosa.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that, I mean, if you were to ask me which teams would most likely clash early, 2-4, most likely to run into BKE or even GG. This team loves a good fight. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, teams such as OF start to really chase around us. So I'm pretty sure there's a team that's southern of them. Okay, anyway, Central Circle, cool enough. So rotation towards southern side will definitely be happening. I am also curious to see how Ozja will be moving around the area as well. Look at how much space they've taken to a shelter and all the way toward Milta Power there.
Wow, that's ample of space for them to really take control of this matchup, especially for those who are close or close enough towards Fair Pure. That is going to be that center point that is of utmost importance to gatekeep certain teams who maybe want to consider moving into the island, or maybe not even anywhere close. Quarry was kind of like the center point of last match, and it will continue to be pretty much the same into this matchup. But I would say teams can afford to wait, because there may be certain kind of shifts that does rotate into the corners of Pachinki. And speaking of which, we're already seeing action here coming from the side of Hive International. Well, usually just to destroy this armored truck to enjoy the spoils of war. And there's just plenty of all these amazing artillery that they can claim. Sometimes you find an AUG, some Grozas, and many more. So a good head start always for those who drop into Pachinki.
Yeah, I mean, it's a high-risk place for a reason, right? And since no one dropped there, because everyone's a bit more worried of taking these early fights, I mean, fortune favors the bold. Oh my god, I can't English today. Now, as we go to Novorobnoye as well, SKC has... I think the for SKC, they've really surprised me with their consistency. The thing is, they don't force fights. They're very quiet early, and you could tell that they have this idea in mind that top 4 is what we want to go for. Chicken dinner is what we want to go for. So how do we get there? Well, it's to survive. We get to the mid of the circle early, keep our hits low, especially toward the mid side of the game, and hopefully avoid teams such as 2-4. And you know, I think throughout these 2 maps that have been played already, they have not once ran into 2-4 early. So I think they have really marked which teams they're okay with meeting with and which teams they want to strictly not meet up until toward the end game.
Avoid at all costs, right? Like,
Yeah.
It's absolutely understandable for some teams to do so, because you take a look at, you know, let's call it disparity for now, for like say the top 1 between the middle of the pack. The difference are usually in the form of elimination points. And oh, speaking of which, we got a pick off here up against the sole member of EO, who's trying to claim a vehicle. So that's going to be the first blood of the match. Hand it over to Monboy. And back to what I was saying, right? Like, certain teams, they absolutely changed the game plan. SKC, last week, purely passive. When I say purely, I meant that. Like, only for position, and they start to realize, hey, we lost out a bulk of income of points because we're not being aggressive enough. And from Rondo, that was shocking to me that they actually got so many out of it. And last round, a top 2 finish in the form of ranking points. Maybe not as explosive as compared to the other teams, but hey, they're finding this strategy that's finally working out for them.
No, I agree. I mean, sometimes the thing is, like, it's okay if you want to end your ranking on a top 4. It's the situation where you do need extra points coming into the game. If you just stay quiet and let every single team fight, because you know how the game works now compared to like long ago where the points are just granted a lot of points just to get a chicken dinner, right? Everyone's playing so passive just to be able to get that first place spot. But now, you know, there is that other option. I think 2-on-4 showed us on map 2, you know, going out early doesn't really necessarily grant you that first place spot anymore. You can go up on the top 6, top 8. On top of that, you know, placement points, we try and rack in as many elimination points as possible. And now that's a different style of play and the trajectory that they are going for. So for SKC, for them in particular, yeah, bulk of the points is gonna come from the placement points. But we also have to top up with some eliminations here that we do still have to take fights. We do still need to go and get pickoffs. Playing passive will not work out in our favor, especially if teams are going to push us and we aren't ready for that onslaught of aggression when teams are especially hot from fights all around that map.
Yeah, I certainly agree with your statement overall. Like, we've seen a lot of these teams, you want to at least fight towards either getting 8 eliminations above, and if you ever walk away with 0 points by the end of the match in terms of placements, right? And then when it comes down to finding the nice balance, you kind of want to look into securing top 5 with maybe about 4 eliminations is just a sweet spot at the very least. But other than that, I say, you know, these teams, they gotta seize every single opportunity that they could. Where when we take a look at TTQ, I think they've been doing decently at the very least for the past couple of games. So last round, maybe a little bit of an early exit, but not too shabby after all on what they've been able to accomplish in the form of racking up decent elimination points per round. So all in all, if they can find that balance of at least 5 points for each respective teams just to maintain us in order, it is as good as it gets. So for now, we're gonna see a lot of teams traversing through the course, and it doesn't seem like there's gonna be anything stopping with the side of PNX for the meantime. KE so far, alongside with certain notable names such as Asia Esports, already covered SKC, to be major improvers moving into this week. So keep on going, guys.
Yeah, I mean, now that we're on the topic of always looking at PNX, you know, they've had a very quiet day. If you ask me, you could tell that they really want to take some of these meet them. But it just feels like they get super overwhelmed so quickly. I don't think they're ready for how fast some of these teams hit you. Especially teams like 2-on-4, like Hive as well, right? So in this situation, you know, perhaps it's a call of not only trying to be on that same page, but also trying to be a little bit more quicker on your feet to anticipate these sort of pushes. I mean, granted, Rondo is a map that you play once a day, so you know the understanding of the map is not going to be as good as Erangel. We've passed by the first Erangel, now we're on the second. You gotta have that game plan in mind. Yeah, there's not a lot of time in between the break, but this is where like the IGL comes to play to really take note of some of these things, how they want to reposition themselves. And as we go to 2-on-4, a team that we're talking about a lot as well, I love the fact that they're so proactive. They play toward the sides of the circle. They're hoping to catch stragglers. So they already have that idea in mind on how exactly they want to get those points.
Yeah, and that's what it requires for certain teams to move all the way into the grand finals. And from week 1's performance, so long as they end up by the end of this week within the top 4, they should be clear to, of course, cop their spot. But when we take a look at that shift of the zone, only a tinge of that zone covers over the southern side. So
there's still a bridge.
We would expect a lot of all these teams to maybe move from that bridge into the mainland. And
yeah,
perhaps that's where all the fights is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a team already hunkered down on that bridge. I think it was OV that still needs to cross that area as well. And speaking of crosses, here's KE just rushing forward, so GC needs to be on their toes. Crazy knocked out early once again. Carrillo getting that first opening pick onto him. And he's not done quite yet. Look at these insane sprays coming through. He almost clips a second.
Ooh, pretty huge maneuvers out there as Carrillo unleashes his AKM. And despite being outnumbered in that quarter, he is actually holding the front so well, and it allows the rest of KE to also send in some ambushes if needed so. But this is a region that KE has played a bunch of, and they're not willing to give this spot away. So you can already see the big setups are coming into play, and Hive on the far corner is about to also butt into this situation.
He's just waiting now, cutting noise. Hopefully they can just slowly reposition themselves, hoping that GC will come close. But because Hive is around, it does beg the question. Are we gonna all in, give Hive the advantage of third partying, perhaps stealing away a kill or two? Or do we be a little bit more patient, cut that noise, and continue our fight a different way? In this situation here, I think for GC, especially firepower-wise, they haven't been one of those teams to be able to win these fights convincingly. Are you willing to lose more players? Earlier in the last map, you lost Crazy super early, who is a vital part of your firepower, and you lost him again. You're getting clipped here, you're getting crippled, and your survivability is gonna dwindle the more this goes on.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be at least a couple of fingers tied in this certain skirmish. I won't say a full hand though. They still have plenty of hands on deck. Meanwhile, NGGZ holding firm, depleting one, coming out from the side of MSI, and whoa, there we go. Miner takes charge, take out South, and it is going to be helter-skelter in a close quarter combat. He's got a stun grenade being cooked up, as he does actually find more and more of their members just storming through the gates to find those members of MSI to be absolutely overwhelmed. And it seems like there's not much that can be done from here on out for Ching Ching. All left alone, and it is a tall task to take on the on-form Hive International. Wait.
Still, yeah, this circle is rough. It's just pulling toward the southern side here. Does not allow space as well. And you can start to see a lot of teams start to get a little bit more desperate. So NGGZ here, great job of just really securing that fight, granting them 4 eliminations, but they're not out of danger yet. They have to move away from the zone to get into that circle, and they're a little bit more later because it's gonna be a whole bunch of teams rotating from that northern side. So, like it or not, they gotta really take their time here, go for that reset, make sure they're fully stocked up before they move downside, and I'm pretty sure there's gonna be like at least 4 to 5 teams waiting because there's a bunch of teams coming in from the northern area.
Plenty of them, and more to follow suit. Hive International, though, from one fight to another that they've been looking for, haven't really found a clear angle, but it's her esports trying to bring the fight to them, but it all goes down in shambles. They did not get to even prep for that as they just crash straight into a wall and out of the lobby. 2 members being sent out, and they also do spot another member of GC waiting around the wings. Momboy so sharp, always in the right place at the right time.
Excited to see how Tio starts this. I mean, Dex is alone. Position is okay, it's not bad. As this time around is BKE. Whoa, BKE is the one to overcome 214. A sweet sense of justice probably felt by them at this point because 214 was the thing to knock them out early in that previous match. Now Migs is close by, hoping to see if he can steal away a kill or two, really cripple down BKE for the rest of the game here. And Migs is the kind of player who is able to take a 1v2 very convincingly.
Yeah, he's got plenty of troubles to work with right here as the rest of BKE find themselves into a similar spot just like the previous game, stuck inside a compound with nowhere else to go. Oh, that's a bad lob that kind of puts it back towards Migs instead.
That's rough.
Thankfully, he didn't knock himself out at all. PNX, an early exit with no points whatsoever. As we saw, that great migration of multiple teams is starting to get onto each other's nerves. As we go back to the other side of the fight, there's also KE still in the mix. Still trying to clear out that space over onto the southern corners of the compounds, but this fight is taking way too long for either side to really wrap up. So 214 calls for a temporary ceasefire. Sounded a little familiar, huh?
Yeah, it does. I mean, they still haven't moved at all. I mean, they were like in a situation that they were like, okay, early game, I think we have to go for a ceasefire, and they haven't made a move at all since then. Meanwhile, NGGZ has been all around the map. They've eliminated one whole team, refilled that space, and now Mad Dog's gotten knocked down by MM. Not too sure what happened in that corner there, but NGGZ, you know that if they get active, you are swimming in shark-infested waters because they smell blood and they want to eat you up. Now, Minor is close, so quickly clips off Mad Dog. And KE now in a situation where, okay, we are running out of numbers, running out of players. We're trying to get away. Perhaps the call to shift away was a little bit too late. They were a little bit too indecisive, if you ask me, because they couldn't figure out if they wanted to stay and fight or they wanted to migrate. So hence, we didn't really see too much of a fight coming from them.
Yeah, I do understand why certain teams are hesitant because we saw the brand new shift of the zone. There's barely enough room for anyone to really book a spot because the entire fair period is about to be overcrowded in a matter of minutes. And this is just going to be very, very difficult, including for the side of Asia, who's desperate to hit right for the docks, but straight into the traps of 214 Pro. And there's just other form of sharks swimming in the water right now, and the biggest shark right now, 214, out for blood. But Rujin, he's just gonna keep a safe eye out on the waters for the time being. But it is such a tough space for all these teams to even consider. Where do we move? Where do we go? Because literally, some are being forced to go into the river instead.
Yeah, that's Austria just hiding in those wings. And I'm pretty sure BKE, one of the players, are just staring at them. For me, personally, I think you got other bigger fish to fry. 214 closer at you. I think you better take that fight. Don't let them overwhelm you, granted at how fast they're able to quickly overwhelm you and your space. Very similarly to what we're about to expect from NGGZ here. And I think OF is anticipating that, hence the movement on that side. I mean, players like Iterx and Spyro are able to go for multi-frags, able to steal away these long-range kills. But because NGGZ has sort of hunkered themselves down, have crossfires and terrains in play, my question to OF is, what exactly is your play here? Are you going to be playing together? Especially Iterx, who's on a buggy. Yeah, you have that movement speed moving around that area, but getting fragged from multiple different players won't do you any favors either.
Yeah, it is so tough for some of these players, especially for SKC right now. They are stuck just by the corner of the bridge, but thankfully nobody's checking just yet. So they're just being as passive as they were in the early span of last round. So the usual MO set into play, but I won't be certain that they get to really cross this bridge though. Because on the other side of the bridge, you can see on the minimap, there's just the entirety of Observation Esports just surrounding them for the moment. But thankfully, they're on the hovercraft. They're not exactly looking all the way towards the back because there's just plenty more action back over on the mainland. And all the way up north, NGGZ have already stashed a total of 6. We didn't really fully notice, you know, every single point gained.
They're not flashy.
Yeah.
They're just like quietly collecting eliminations, just like,
Sneaky.
I mean, yeah, sneaky, off-screen moments. Now, speaking of sneaky, I mean, Hive also, to me, has been quite quiet this game, but they have already bagged themselves 4 eliminations here. But, you know, again, they're in the woods, literally, fighting for their lives. And NGGZ somehow, they're so separated. They're taking multiple fights from different angles. But because of how individually talented every single player is, they're able to win out theirs. Nope, spoke too soon. Red falls there. MM as well. And NGGZ probably bit more than they can chew. Eliminated with 6 kills.
A villain attempt at the very least on a desperate play. I could say the same about JNK because they got themselves pretty much shafted towards the edge of the zone, and there's only one way for it, which is to take that fight head on. Hive International, they will just spray right into the smoke, but there is a grenade straight into Ramon's face.
That's rough.
And there's just no other way out for the rest of Hive to kind of hold back for a little bit if they ever consider that reset. JNK now fighting tooth and nail, but they have to turn the other way around. They're being absolutely surrounded, and there's just no way that they could actually get away from the crosser. Meanwhile, BKE, this has lasted for forever. Finally, they get their hands on Mix.
They have really clamshammed themselves that long and took advantage of that chaos. Now Hive in trouble, Raimon barely alive, and Range is going to fill up the space in the front lines to allow his teammate to be able to go for that reset. And he is so undeterred. Yeah, Gilisu gives him a little bit more, I would say, flexibility to move around that area, but still, when you are up against a team that has priority in terms of numbers and firepower, is not going to be the easiest. Monboy alone tries to catch out Lil Yatka here, but somehow he survives, gets a kill, and gets another instead before finally getting knocked down. Yeah, kill's not confirmed, but it's still 2 bodies not able to be used. And Master Ichi from the wings, eyes on TTQ. Lucky. Well, will his luck run out is the question, as Hive does get eliminated here at 10th.
That was crazy from Yaka. He almost backed the entire team on the other corner. And thankfully, there is still one more member left for the side of JNK. They will secure every drop of it. 8 in total out of that aggression, out of that desperation as well. Yatka somehow still limping, so maybe Master Ichi, if he turned the other way around, he might get something in return, but he wants the 1v1, and he would eventually find himself scattered across the field. TDQ shuts them off, and just like that, the streak has been broken from JNK.
They were starting off to have a really good game as well. But all you need is just one bad fight. Speaking of bad fights here, 214 not looking the greatest. Well, Min at the very least has been brought back into the game, and BKE, this is great stuff coming from them because they've managed to really cripple down 214. On top of that as well, eyes on the team in front of them. BKE doesn't care who you are. Now, 214 thought you're back in the game. No, you're not. GG also getting a hit of it, but I feel that BKE probably stayed a little bit too long. Desperation starting to just gnaw at them as the blue zone shifts and teams are starting to just really pressure them. So you can start to see them slowly dwindle down in numbers with only one member alive, and that's Kane waiting inside of one small shack. He goes outside. Possibility of meeting the with GG, excuse me, and 214 is there as well. So he's just gonna hunker down and wait for at least these 2 teams to fight before maybe making a move.
I gotta give huge props to that fellow gentleman who's playing solo bolo for such a long time. Despite them trying their level best to hunker down and defend their spot, they will still succumb to the pressure of 214 with that massive grenade lobbed perfectly through the window. So a top 8 finish will at least guarantee 1 point towards the side of Black Eagle, where there is a push imminent coming in from the side of support. Oh, this is overwhelming for Min, but he still handled the pressure so well with the SOK taking charge. But he will lose his fellow teammate though. No time to even go in for the revival. He's only got that 3 smokes in his back, unfortunately. So he cannot kind of flush off the ground floor, but he is going to push outwards. And he knows that there is that player that's on the window, and he got a headshot just with that tap, but he's still being sniffed by TTQ from all the way downtown.
I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, he goes down, but holy crap, what a play. Crazy to see him do that. Ballsy as well, with almost no idea or clue in terms of positioning. That jump shot was everything. And I have to say, that was 300 IQ outplay. Honestly, clip it, ship it, put it on TikTok. That was great.
Crazy, I tell you that. Well, we gotta, of course, get it on our highlights as well, just to relive it later on. Oviedo, they got their eyes pretty much on the entirety of the field, but the problem is, OV, they don't really have the best of position much later on, playing through the lighthouse. So I'm wondering when exactly do they want to get deeper within the mix, whereas Minus, Spot Spiral, just barely hanging on by the corner of the tree, and he's also getting attacked from another direction that he's trying to bend off up against. Just a little shoulder peek will actually do the trick, and there we go. Mewtwo will find the knockdown, and eventually he will be able to claim the point as well. It's going to be Zinzo that will secure it instead.
Honestly, I love TTQ's positioning. Look at the terrains they're holding, the area and positions as well. And you send one person just really scout around the area. Now, it just really strangles OF they can't really reposition, they can't really move, they can't really play off each other. And you'd think that OF had the perfect crossfire and setup to be able to set up for plays, but little they know that because they're so separated from one another, TTQ just abuses that space, fills it in with maybe 2 or 3 players, and suddenly you are not able to crossfire one another without showing your hand, and potentially, I think, you know, putting yourselves out in the open.
Yeah, that positioning, like you said, absolutely immaculate for them to really get a good view onto what's really going on the ground. Whereas Panda, he doesn't care. He's just hoping that everybody fights all the way down to the last man standing, and he will eventually appear. But at least he does know that for a fact that that OV member is going to be around the other side of the compound, so he's keeping close watch. Ozja, despite having 3 members, this is 1 member planted further down south. So Joseph, I believe he's running out of meds as well. Well, he does have 1 more pack to utilize for the time being, thankfully. TTQ member limping from that exchange from On Fire as well as OV. As much as we talked about TTQ having a lot of that space, now that space slowly being choked out because that shifted zone suddenly favors Ozja and also Observation Esports.
Look at how rough it is. There's not enough space for anyone to be in. It's a body of water right smack dab in the middle. And now you are trying to fight your way into the area. I'm surprised that SKC has survived this long. We were just talking about how their rotation from that bridge feels nigh impossible. But somehow they've survived off the chaos that is set up for teams such as TTQ in terms of aggression. And TTQ now, because of this circle shift, once again, this is a very rough, hard shift circle we've seen throughout the entirety of this map. It's making it hard for anyone to feel really, really safe. I think if you ask me, maybe Austria has the highest amount of space to work with, and because of that, they're able to choke TTQ alongside OV, and OV is happy to take this fight, maybe have a partial collaboration with this team for the time being. Who gets the last kill out? Who knows?
Yep. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, they always say, and Rex, he's happy to help out, but finally, Panda's starting to make himself notice, so he is gonna be within the crosshair of that OV member as well. So now that the attention is being drawn away, TTQ might stand a chance to still fight back up against the rest of Ozja. And perhaps maybe a little bit too early for Skull Collector's Soul member to make his presence felt. So it is a top 5 finish, but the fight continues on. OV, despite having only 1 man, they're just doing so much with Rex.
Love Lizzie Boy, keeping a close eye out if anyone coming in from that shack as well. So there's a worry about that. Still surprised that iTurks has been able to survive this long. I think he was crossing like what, 2-3 teams without dying. I mean, that's insane movement if you ask me, since I think 2-3 people were like shooting right at him, and all he had was just a buggy, if my mind is not failing me. Now the rest of TTQ here huddled behind the mushroom house. I think they're pretty much healthy for the time being, but in terms of space, utility, and members, you gotta give it toward Ozja and TTQ here. Who has the man advantage? Whoa. Okay, as I said that, Minus is just immediately clipped. I'm not sure if Mewtwo is in a position to go for a safe revive.
I believe Lizzie has spotted the final member of TTQ as well. Mewtwo did manage to at least crawl his way out to get to his teammate though. They still have a couple more grenades that they need to be mindful of, as Ozja is well stocked up. Speaking of which, flopped a little too far wide, but Top is looking to finish the job, and he cannot afford to take his sweet time. Mewtwo, well, it's about time that he either trades back or quickly goes in for the revive, but he's trying to at least clear off some space before doing so, because he knows Rex is on the other corner. So this is a very risky play that he's pulling out.
And the blue is coming in as well, and it's going to be painful. I think at this point, you know, even if you revive your teammate, it's going to be so very low. Might as well just call it. He does just that, so Ozja possibly aware of the predicament that Mewtwo is alone, on his lonesome. Nate comes through, doesn't clip at anyone, and I think this is his last stand here. You're out in the open, you have 3-4 people staring right at you. Lizzie Boy keeping him out of that zone. Does get moved away by that nade, but Lizzie Boy is playing very well with this door, using it as like a shield of sorts.
Wow, that play, moving into hovercraft, actually buys him even more time, And
That is crazy.
he just drives directly towards the side of Austria to finally find maybe an opportunity for a 1v2. Goes the other way around. He's got the S12K up and ready to blow, but instead he got himself tapped out with a DBS. A little quicker from the side of Aja Esports. Now 2v1. OF fighting back. Arthrex finds the headshot.
Hyterax doing insane work right now. He's so low. Moves away from the util, but again, numbers advantage from Ozja guarantees them the chicken dinner once again. And this is Ozja's peak form that we did not see on week 1. And it's a great start to the week for them as well. Second one of the day.
They absolutely unleashed their inner beast in the entirety of this span of the day. And my goodness, when I say we might just see the whole day clad in green, they're doing this with 2 chicken dinners for their run so far. And we're only midway through day 1. And of course, everyone back in Cambodia have plenty of reasons to be happy about their fellow home ground team, Asia Esports.
Honestly, really fun seeing them play as well. Again, it's the same style play that we saw on the last game. And I think they have a little bit more of a different protocol to deal with the hard shifts. They are very patient with how they moved around the map. Again, not forcing fights is the key here. Allowing for players like the Top and Lizzie Boy to be farming all those eliminations as you leave Joseph and you in positions where, okay, we're a little bit more further back, but we are in a position that we can crossfire for you guys. Then because the Top and Lizzie Boy are just so self-sufficient, they can just really wait in the wings, provide a little bit more cover fire, provide support in terms of utility. At the point where you didn't really have to do much, he just has to worry about positioning, so he's able to either 1, pick up his teammates, 2, make sure that the team has secured a spot that they can rotate toward if the circle hard shifts. So it's very, very fun seeing them play. So let's see how exactly they did that just now.
An absolutely massive performance thus far from the side of Asia Esports, bagging another win, and this time around with a total of 11 eliminations. The one that comes closest was DTQ, where they were the survivors of Fairpier, where they took on plenty of action. Whereas 214 was on the hillside, but I felt like them alongside with Gino Kusu Inter have been dealing with too much of those pressure coming from high fraggers around the forestry area, and it doesn't seem like they had grounds to cover when that zone shift towards that lighthouse. And of course, the man of the match has to be the Top, with plenty of offerings from this gentleman alone.
Yeah, I think one thing's for sure though, that we're seeing that firepower coming in from the top is something that he specializes in. He's really good at either long range or mid range fights. He's very aggressive in the way that he disrespects a lot of utility to get really up close and personal to really secure those pickoffs. So great stuff coming from him as well. And with 4 knockups and as well as survivability time, I think that one thing's for sure though, when you have a player like the top, your backline can be in a greater position to be able to not only secure space and position safely, but also to be able to get those pickoffs that you really, really need. Now, Austria is doing a great job today. I think we talked a little bit about their performance in that previous week, ending the weekend on 12th place. This is, to me, a whole different look to the team, and perhaps the tempo really suits their style of play. This early aggression style of play is something they're a little bit more familiar with. And I think it's something that they really thrive in as well with 21 points. This time around, we start to see that score disparity between that first place, the second place, the 8th place. And rightfully so, because that map was definitely not the easiest circle to work with. It was hard shifts all around, with many teams really struggling to stay alive, either because they're getting shifted too hard or they're not able to just really get into the zone safely.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We still see bodies of water by, stage 6, stage 7. So we can absolutely understand that there's barely enough space for them to even run around the map. And of course, once they do, they will easily be spotted out with so many of all these outlook points, especially from the side of Observation Esports. So things were looking rather difficult, but I gotta, of course, commend Austria, not only in the form of aggression that they've been displaying, the form of defense was unshaken, I would dare say, because there was that heavy pressure coming from TTQ and they did not crack. Speaking of which, TTQ, they did move all the way up to the top 5, so great to see them really putting themselves up there. And I do believe that the rest of the teams hailing from Myanmar will still have to step up though, because this hasn't been pretty much their day so far. And of course, without YG, this is actually the best opportunity, which is where Asia to 1-4 Hive, they're all seizing every single one of these matches to their hands.
Yeah, and I think that I would love for this kind of form and aggression to be used against YG as well. I mean, I understand that you have this worry that that you are not able to take this fight against teams such as Yango Galacticos, but at the same time, you really gotta push them to their limits. Perhaps today might be that first day to just really build that courage moving forward into day 2, 3, and etc. For now, though, I am liking the shift. I mean, we talked about Austria's back-to-back chicken dinner. 2-1-4 has been consistent throughout the entirety of these 3 maps today. Getting those top 4s non-stop. TTQ as well, a bit slow in the beginning, and finally seeing their form. I think whatever that I said in the beginning, that I'm not seeing their usual form and style of play, it's starting to just really come into fruition, whatever we know them to be. So at the same time, I'm glad that we are getting to see this shift, but at the same time, I would love to see either the newer teams or the little bit of those underdogs really come online as well. There is a reason why they made it here to this stage, and I would like for them to really show what they can offer to the bigger stage. I mean, yeah, granted, it's a bigger stage, it's a different style of play, but at the same time, right, you only have so long before you get to the grand finals.
Yeah, and of course, it's a ticking time bomb where everyone's really working every single minute in these matches to really improve their position. And I think overall, for the past couple of games that we've seen, SKC have been climbing their way up just by positioning alone. Observation Esports maybe are not as feisty as they were, but they are also doing exactly the same. But you saw, there was that instance where they almost took out the entirety of TTQ because Rex was the only one alive, and then suddenly his attention span goes back to SKC. He took that 1 point, and then he goes back to TTQ. It's like, boop. Suddenly you're out, but hey, it's still a top 4 finish for the side of Observation Esports, and we'll see what more is there to come, because right now it's already at the halfway point. So we'll take a couple more minutes and we'll see you guys for the next 3 maps.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New urban area.
New gameplay.
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 New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New skills.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New mechanics.
New airdrop vehicle. New weapon.
New themed area.
New interface. New UI.
New AI Ray.
New system. New system. New system. New system. New system. New system.
New system. New system.
PUBG Mobile 8th anniversary.
Alrighty, I hope you guys have already enjoyed your own dinner while we had pretty much teams fighting for their own chicken dinners. It's already been 2 chicken dinners for Asia, 1 for Hive, and we'll see which are the teams to claim the 3 remaining chicken dinners for our first day of week 2. And of course, Tash, I think like it's been wonderful so far. You know, the pressure is forming up for teams to haul in as much as they could.
Yeah, this is where things get super interesting. I mean, we had like what, a 20-minute break just now as well, which is more than enough time to really reformulate their plans on how they want to move forward in their matches today. So we saw a lot of aggression and fast-paced gameplay throughout the first half of the day. My question is whether or not this momentum shift will continue to the second half. For me personally, looking at the performance of 2-4 and Hive and Austria, I feel like these teams are going to keep on that momentum. But the teams that haven't really found that recipe for success, perhaps a momentum shift is in play here. Do we want to let 2-4 and the rest of these teams continue to control the tempo of how these games go, or are we going to distance ourselves, let them fight among themselves, and then we come in a little bit later? I mean, I understand being too passive is not good, but there is value in understanding how passive you can play and how aggressive you can play based on the timing. I think SKC has a nice mix of that.
Yeah, I think like overall they found that sweet spot as they stay elusive and still nab a couple of points in order to maintain their current form of a haul of points. You can say the same about OV, pretty much in the same playbook, and sometimes they kind of see opportunities that they want to take, but that kind of depletes the majority of their squad, which is a little bit rough on the edges. But hey, I think like so far a lot of good things are pretty much etched throughout the entire course of this evening's schedule. And I really do wonder, you know, since Hive did win out, you know, the first win, and it's been Austria taking 2, so are they gonna bite back? Because I think that ever since they stepped into Erangel, they haven't really found the footing. A lot of changes has been brought to light, and I think perhaps we still need to take a look at these guys and think whether if they would still have enough of that kind of what I would call it stamina. So, well, we just had dinner.
That's a good way of putting it. That stamina, right? I mean, there's only so far you can go with that style of play before you run out of juice in that tank, and then you have to really reevaluate on how exactly you want to go about this next few maps. Again, this will be the final Erangel, so you know, like it or not, if you want to, for me personally, I think like if it's not broken, why change it? So I feel like Austria and 2-4 wanting to go the same way they did before would not be a problem at all. If anything, especially since it is the last one of the day, because it's going to be a mental shift once again when you go into that Miramar map, because the aggression is going to be different as you navigate through that area. Now, prediction wise, I think Contra has, I feel like the best kind of idea on how to approach today's games. You seem to be understanding on how exactly each team goes. For me personally, I'm rooting for the underdogs. But enough about the underdogs, because right now we have Mini and Bam Bam, our friends of PUBG Mobile, in the mix, creating a song for us all. And I know that Contra, you seemed very hyped about them just now. Can you tell me a little bit more about these two?
Well, I have not been in tune with their latest releases, but I'm excited because they have been household name across Asia. Of course, releasing banger of pop charts all over the years that they've been around. So I'm really glad that, you know, we finally have them once again join us for a little bit of party, so you guys can also party up, bring your friends together, and enjoy the brand new single that they're about to release, as they're looking to cover you wherever you go. Now, that with that being said, of course, the rest of the teams, they gotta also find their own covers as well, because things are looking rather dangerous today. Everyone's pretty much hot in their form and playing extremely aggressively. So with that being said, we've seen 2 maps of Erangel pretty much giving us a little bit of a glimpse of the play around Quarry, Fair Pier. I'm hoping for a little bit of difference here to kind of shake things up for our final matchup here in Erangel. So Tash, it's time for us to take another flight right into the classic map.
And I am so excited for this one. I think we've seen two different sides of the coin in terms of circle shifts. We had a hard shift on map 2 of Erangel. We had a slower, I think more centralized shifts on the first map of Erangel. And now we're finally seeing a flight path on the other side of the map. Wow, the whole buffet.
Now, this is an absolute beast, I tell you that. So, maybe on a glimpse of what really went on last week, we've seen stuff happening around Milta Power directly. We've had somewhere around the regions of North George for about 2 maps. So, these are some of the trends that perhaps might happen again in a similar notion of a flight path. Just giving a little bit of foreshadowing, but it could always go the other way around, of course. So far, I've not seen a single SMB zone, so if that ever happens, I think the games will go on a little bit faster because you saw how aggressive those teams were. They're going to be fighting all over the bridge, but hopefully that's not the case.
Yeah, okay. Now, Ozja, if they do like 3 back-to-back-to-back, I would be pretty excited coming to this team. But at the same time, it's also fun to see maybe 2-4 getting it as well. I mean, I think we talked about a lot about teams that got the chicken dinners. Ew. This circle is rough. Man, that's like half the circle gone.
Yeah, it covers the river of Georgia Pool into the swamps as well. So, yeah, you get like, 30% cut off from what's being offered from the first zone. But hey, it's not too rough. We might even see ourselves that got
I would
come
say
out in
got
circle.
cut. Oh my god, we're in sync, love.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Coming back into what I was saying earlier, I mean, 2-4, I think historically from then till now has always been a team that's consistent in getting those points, right? Eliminations-wise, placements-wise. They always seem to be a little bit like off the mark when it comes to chicken dinner. But I don't think they're like, they're upset about it. They're like, oh, okay, that's fine. I mean, what's more important to us is getting enough points in every single round, every single map. We've heard it from their interviews as well. The chicken dinner has mostly been a bonus for them. But wouldn't it be nice to see them get the chicken dinner, huh? 2-4.
Yeah.
I want to do an interview with them. Just like, guys, do you not want to get your name up there in the chicken dinner screen? Somebody
Yeah.
asked them for me.
I really do hope that we do have interviews running, in the upcoming weeks. For now, we just let them focus on their gameplay. They've been, of course, working hard to refine their craft, whereas, we've been able to enjoy every single spectacle coming out of 2-4, which, just like you said, their mindset, very simple. You go into a map, you go frag out. You don't really have to really worry about all these other kind of like pressure of securing chicken dinners, because only one team at the end of the round would be able to receive it. But if you consistently get like, I don't know, 8 frags, consistently get about even more than that, then that is going to be at the back of your mind. You don't even have to worry about the chicken dinners from that point onwards, which has been their usual MO for the past week itself. So they don't score as many as YG in particular, but they're still all the way up there for a very good reason.
Now, speaking of being up there, let's talk about teams at the bottom here. TO, PNX, and, GC, right? I feel like we see them all the time on the maps, in the early games, in those plays. We see their presence all around the area. And then, you think, oh, perhaps they go down with maybe 3-4 points at the very least. No, and I'm looking back at the scores here. I'm like surprised to see. I mean, PNX, I'm not too surprised. I understand that they've been fairly unlucky with their rotations and early fights. But Teo, I expect them to be a little bit more further up somehow. I don't know what is wrong here with my brain, but it just felt like they were alive for much longer and they were in fights for much longer than I thought.
Yeah, I really do think that Teo have been showing up on the radar for plenty of times, but they always lack that kind of finishing touch where, we expect them to be able to thrive in some of all these fights, but I felt like they got their attentions on fighting a little bit too much, if I must say. So maybe you gotta tone it down a little bit, get a nice sure balance, and then they should be well on course to really propel themselves forward, because if we take a look at their results so far, a lot of times we see them in the early game and they maybe go in for an exchange, walks out, maybe limping, and then they only have like, 4 points in the span of 3 maps, which is kind of rough. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that as well. There's my first prediction player out of the game already. MSI has been really good at finding these early stragglers, and so has 2 and 4. I was a bit concerned looking at Frenzy earlier. He was scouting all alone here. I think that 2 and 4 decided to kind of stalk him, just really chase him out in the end of the day. As after all, if you are a player that is a scout, it's most likely that you're not going to be close enough to your teammates to be saved here. And 2 and 4 has been trying to attempt to bait him up a little bit, but I don't think BKE is biting, so let's just secure the point and just move on, I suppose.
Seems like it will be pretty much a long haul fight inside of this south side of George, but it might actually take a lot swifter of approach with Min charging upwards, finding it really nice and easy. But there's still another member of Black Eagle swinging from the back. It's K99K looking to avenge his fallen teammates, and he's also bringing a friend alongside with him, so yeah, it's gonna be a tough nut to crack for sure, but they're well on course at the very least.
You know what? I think when you look at this particular team, you really gotta give it to them. I mean, Min is just one of those players that just goes, you know, up in your face when it comes to fights. But for BKE to be able to do the same, just really dish it back, you know, with the possibility of not getting a trade is also pretty impressive. They've pretty much almost like crippled 2 and 4 right now with one of the players knocked down. Migs is alone, and for good reason. He's the type of guy that can just really hold his own compared to the rest of their teammates that do rely a bit more on each other in terms of support, right? So you have that backline completely covered. You have the other two taking away, you know, the crosshairs. And speaking of crosshairs here, South going aggressive, nearly gets clipped, steals away 2 somehow. This guy is making magic happen, and KE was just not ready for that.
Yeah, not at all, and he just basically took matter in his own hands as well with such a crazy approach coming in from that play itself. So, KE turning the tails to run, but where exactly can they go? 4 clean points falling in the hands of Misfits International, and wow, that's a firm head start that they've gotten.
Yeah, that's a very, very firm head start here by MSI, and you could really tell that they maybe want to just really make up for, I mean, the shortcomings of the previous match, perhaps, but they seem to have like a better game plan in mind in terms of aggressions and styles of play. They were very, like you said, they were very firm, very decisive when it comes to that contact play with KE. They got one, they said, you know what, let's just full commit to it, and they were rewarded 4 elims and a team wipeout this early as well. And I think that this would really kind of like bolster themselves forward in terms of points. I mean, I'm surprised that they only have 16 points by now, with how many fights they had in the 2 Erangel maps they had earlier today.
Oh, right. I didn't even notice. Like, I think the bulk of all these kind of points that they've gotten were purely from fights. A lot of times we see MSI barely cutting into the top 5, and once they do, I think like they didn't really yield too many points as well. So, I had to hold my thoughts for a moment and really digest what on earth is the shift? Another
The Great Migration.
And there's barely enough room. It's not even covering the mountains. I'm upset. And the other side is fully watered.
Bring on the fights!
Yeah, looking forward to that. Plenty of inbound fights coming their way, so it is going to be a rush for all these teams to quickly get to the shorelines if they could. There's a couple of compounds that can allow teams to kind of hunker down, maybe set up death traps in the middle of the highway in order to back even more brownie points.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the potential of getting maybe a town fight is always really, really fun. Well, I remember you mentioned you like urban endings. Not my cup of tea though, but you know, go off. But at the same time, it does give a different depth of how you want to approach these fights, right? You gotta make sure that the compounds are clear. You want to rotate very tactically in a way that you are able to at least trade off one another here. And I'm also really surprised to see that MSI said, okay, Hive, excuse me, losing 1 member already. They decided to really chill out on the side here. And these early fights against NGGZ is good because if they're able to really clamp down on them, getting a pick off super early, especially onto players like Jarrell, it really slows down their aggression, which I think NGGZ really do not want to face early in this game here. With Minor quickly just, you know, pulling off the stops, going very aggressive and going straight in your face in terms of fights. I think that Hive was just not aware that they're already this close and just this excited to be kind of like pulled into these fights.
Yeah, they got absolutely swung on without really checking their backs as well. So that is a huge hindrance for some of the members of Hive International needing to play as Tree so early on, despite really good angles being found in some of these locations. So they gotta hold back for a slight bit because there's just a lot more action to come, and they really have to defend this so-called planetarium, I like to call it, because it has like somewhat of a dome on top of there's only like 1 or 2 spots that features this in the entire map. Of course, I digress. While we do have another inbound fight between On Fire as well as TDQ, as TDQ is putting out the flames already so early on.
Excited to see how exactly TTQ approaches this map in particular, especially again, we are meeting another hard shift. I mean, we talked a lot about momentum and style of play when it comes to certain rotational shifts, and you know, some of them do benefit teams that love early aggression. And I think that now in this particular game, since we are seeing the same style of play once again, Austria this time around later rotation tries to put some damage to the BKE, and they do, granted, but it's not enough to just really blow them to smithereens. BKE barely survived that encounter, and now they're running into this area where PNX have really hunkered down. And I would really like to see these two teams just really go at it here, especially since they have to really fight each other to get into the zone. And I think PNX, I think just gonna leave the area. They don't want to have anything to do with this fight.
Yeah, I think it's a wise option to try to avoid as much as you could and keep yourself safe for a moment. And PNX, that vehicle smoking up, and plenty of crosshairs still pointed at them from the current moment. Aja Esports missed a little bit of that opportunity, but they are driving straight into the swamp. Okay, this is red alert. He might need to ditch it at any given point right now. As it's hit straight right into the waters, and finally knocked themselves safe enough into a pile of smokes, but it's still not clear just yet because Hive, they primed him some grenades, and it is going to be a one fight to another that they will have to always stay prepared for.
The swamp is definitely not going to be the easiest to move around here. Yes, Hive is close by as well. You can see JNK is coming around. It's just throwing pot shots toward these two teams. So in this situation, it's more of like, okay, are we going to commit to the swamp or are we going to move away? Especially since PNX only managed to reset the team and bring them back into the game. And now they're currently surrounded by two teams. Crunched by Hive, crunched by JNK. I believe there's also another team, I think it's NGGZ, that's close by as well. Dice is just brought back into the game, immediately knocked down as well. Simple Vane is just barely alive. As well. Now, as we go into this fight, PNX couldn't go anywhere here, and it's already anticipated. They're out in the open. They can't move around. And now Hive is in the middle of it all. But they're in a much better position than PNX. They have a bit more cover, some smoke, some tree line as well. Could potentially wait for NGGZ to take this fight against JNK, which Godspeed is currently doing. Bit of chip damage onto the player of MSI. He's close by as well. I'm quite surprised that he managed to catch him from that far away.
It's so crazy that it is actually a hit shot that he landed from that distance. Well, that guy's actually proning. It's very more likely that you'll end up chipping those toes instead, but he's a miracle worker, I must say.
I wanted to say that because there was so much sound toward that southern side. I'm surprised that GNK was still aware that, you know, a player of MSI was that close by. I mean, I wouldn't have expected that anyone would be there because there's just so much sound coming in from the southern part of the map.
Yeah, and now it is getting a little bit more dire to really squeeze in whatever space necessary. And for some reason, it does not close anywhere close toward the north. Instead, it hits into the hilly areas of the swamp in this current moment. So, plenty of all these teams who actually start things off all the way down under is going to be absolutely happy about it. Whereas, it's going to be a long journey for those all the way up north, especially for the side of GG. As much as they're holding right now, they got to take a big swing just like what 2-1 is currently doing. Very risky maneuver as they're driving straight into the territories of Hive International.
My question is whether or not Hive International will be the one to go down, or is it going to be the other way around here? Red, I have to say, it's a very, very ballsy play. Bring your teammate that's quite low there. I think for Red, he's always been the kind of player that loves playing in your face. So if his position is not noted, his teammates could pull away the attention and he could just go for this insane backstab. Okay, finally we got on cam our first road kill of today. It's going to be support that falls down first here. But the rest of GG currently not even in the safest of situations. Either they're out here in the open, but all their attention now is on Teo that is currently hunkered down. And I feel they're not in a position to even fight back.
Not at all. They're just trying their level best to defend because they know there's just going to be more and more of all these companies coming right through. JNK having one member folder through with the presence of Lizzie Boy. He's trying to climb through all these terrains and instantly finds a double. Can he actually do a whole lot more? It's going to be the big question here as JNK right now relying on only Yatka as well as Master Ichi. A couple of all these grenades hooked up to try to hold two of these teams back. Asja not exactly in the safest spots themselves. They have to lick their wounds for the meantime while we go back into another fight. OV now taking a charge, but straight into the line of sight of Crofy.
Man, this time around, SKC is the one that bites the dust. And Teo, as expected, you can see that GG, they're the type of team that really, if they're taking a fight here, they're very surgical on how exactly they take a compound, take up that space. But Motion still got some more fight in him. Great shot to the face, pre-fires all around as well, and somehow manages to turn a fight that seemed hopeless into a winning team fight.
That was crazy. That whole surgical. And now we go into another one, Tash. The fights are never ending as they're fighting tooth and nail for every kind of compound necessary to defend themselves. And upon arrival, Gen Boy goes down. Ching Ching marked all of these quarter walls as he drops another big blow. Does a little bit of chip damage as he does have that AUG and the Ghillie. So they do have plenty of firepower with the supplies that they've gotten in the span of the early game. MSI, no holds barred. I believe they're ready to take charge right now to leave this estate.
He's on the back end here. I'm not sure if they are or whether he's close there. Cha-Cha spots him out. I think he did try and at least throw out a shot there, but unanswered. Shift once again here, northern side with Hive at the very smack dab middle of it. They do have access to the airdrop as well. So they are going to be supplied up. But NGGZ is going to be that annoying thorn in their side. Now, Rex did try to go for a bit of a jump shot in the corner here. But South does great. Just buying time and pulling away attention so his teammates able to just really trade off him.
Ooh, MSI so far defending it really well despite only having 2 more members left. South, though, the moment he turned his back is where he gets pinned off. And I might have actually said so soon. Lazy him a little bit. But hey, at least we're at a point where everyone's really putting their all just to clear every space. And TTQ makes it rain in that shack. And oh boy, we've seen this before back in the couple of rounds, but they are pinned out. See, 2-1-4. They only got 3 points, and it's just overwhelming.
Wow, Teo just felt like they just woke up somehow this particular game. It felt hopeless in the beginning. It felt like it was just going to be a game of similar patterns for how they were performing in map 1 and 2. But this time around, they said enough is enough. Shoots back somehow, turns it around, and suddenly momentum shifts incredibly in their favor. Maybe Shine is just completely, the pre-fire is better to chip some players of Hive away so it keeps them at bay as well. So you can start to see a bit more pressure coming into this team. They have the positions, but definitely not the space. And it's still open, open season toward them. They do decide to go a bit more aggressive as TTQ this time around will be the one to walk up straight into these compounds, shoot the players of Hive in the face, and manage to steal away a few kills or so. But not without a fight though. Because Lucky does find Gerald in the end. Minor will trade, so both teams suffering heavy losses on both ends.
Oh boy, TTQ, they just kept sending bodies, but this one being cooked up from the other side. TTQ dropped a huge Molotov, and now it holds back the rest of NGGZ. We go back towards the side of Mewtwo. He also does find maybe a little bit more pressure from the side of Black Eagles. And Miner, he have found the rest of them. And with that Coconut Grenade, they have sent off TTQ after such a tough trade out. And that left them limping. So here comes another battle. Ash, we got endless fights to cover this time around.
Oh yeah, this time around, Crazy is the one alive, and this is what I was talking about here. We want to see Crazy really put in that firepower, and they're doing a great job of just playing together here. Crazy, beautifully done. With that nade onto the members of OF, the Cha-Cha will be the one that's just not able to hold on in the end here. And I'm glad to see this guy surviving a tad bit longer than the last 3 maps, because this is what I wanted to see from him. But Ovi not out and down quite yet here. Chiliput dropped down first. His teammates trying their darnest to go for that trade. Yang finally does that. Perfectly done. 6 eliminations and Ovi falls. This game has been hectic. The names you see on top are done and out. With teams, the only 2 teams that have been consistent that's still up here is NGGZ and Hive.
That's right, and you know, it was take and retakes and overtakes, all kinds of takes that we've got right now. I'm just glad that the fights in the Swamp House is pretty much done and dusted already, so we could actually focus on whoever's left available. 6 teams at stage 6. And now, it's going to be vital for any of these teams to move into the top 5 for more surge of points. But more importantly, for some of them, they need to just survive the cut. Especially for Black Eagles, only 1 member left, only found 1 point throughout the entirety of this topsy-turvy of a match. Well, Gen K, this seemed like a decent haul of points that they've gotten so far. Do you know that there is the presence of Terror Esports on the other side of the swamp? As they've been the ones that's been the safest up north. You gotta really see on stage 7 though on how this actually changes true. Now the rest of GC has to enter the zone and they have to take this fight up against Hive if necessary.
The southern side fight is about to get real hectic. GC especially is just not in the best position to be able to take fights. I mean, to get into that circle is going to be a problem. Then you have to go up against Hive that has, for me personally, a really great positioning here. You have 2 players sort of watching the northern and southern side. You have 1 player, which is Mon, who is perfectly adept just keeping himself alive while still fragging out. There we go, Crazy. Been keeping a close eye on Minor for, I think, at least 3 to 5 minutes already. Finally, the shots meeting its mark must feel really good.
Yeah, indeed. That's just 1 hour away though. Red has been sneaking around for a very long time, and they do, of course, sense that there is something inbound, which is why the rest of GC, they're holding back, but they are just keeping things in check with a grenade. I believe they've heard his footsteps, which is why that nade was being primed over onto that area. Of course, that gives them a confirmation with a lob coming in from the side of Red. He's got another one prepped up, but that is the last of troubles. That's going to be on the offensive end. Only 4 smokes left for this member of NGGZ. I'm not too sure if he could pull off a miracle here. 1 against 3. Maybe some backup
Terrain
coming
is
in
rough
from
too.
the rest would be good.
Yeah, I was about to say, climb out the terrain is going to be so painful as well, because you pop your head out, there's a possibility of your head getting popped. BKES. I'm not sure how they're doing this. They're shooting back. They're getting eliminations. And K99K is just really taking his time, slowly moving along with the blue zone. And this is great. I don't think Teo is aware. If say K99 can have like this really insane kill, he can get 1 kill, secure that pick off and then slowly reposition himself away, he could get another point to his bag. I think he's done perfectly fine right now, especially surviving for this long. It's not like he's gonna go out of the game with no points, right? So I think it's just being great for him to just survive like this.
Yeah, now, if you're in his position, what do you really do at this point? Do you go into the waters hoping nobody check? Or do you just want to sneak around at the back of TO just to be
The
a
ladder.
huge thorn in their side, because I think
The
like the ladder
ladder.
is always fun, but at this point in time, I think like the safe play, if you were to go in the water, nobody would actually suspect as well that, hey, there's somebody actually taking a swim in the midst of it. So it could be a play.
Yeah, it could. I mean, look at where Teo's attention span is. I mean, I think for him, he really shouldn't show his head, especially since Shine is on this high terrain and this building, and you saw how fast he was able to swivel, right? If say he does go out and go for Dex for the backstab, I can tell you right now, it's gonna be an instant trade.
Yeah. So he's got to really pick his moments to really show himself up against the rest of Teo. Meanwhile, some exchange being drawn from both sides of the party as NGGZ down the rest of JNK. That was a nasty headshot as he drives into the midst of the field. And it looks like they have to cut their losses right now. Master Ichi so far looking so much better with 4 frags as he drives straight into the compound. So this will be a safe haven for at least a full zone. That just buys them a minute or so, but for what it's worth, like a minute is as good as enough for a top 4 at the very least. Meanwhile, back to Kane. Okay, big decisions to make.
Stuck.
He's gonna make a lot of noise in the water though.
Yeah, he's stuck. Oh, yeah, he's stuck. Oh, it's actually Red that finds him. Okay. I was sort of expecting for Tail to be able to do that. But you really gotta give it to this guy. Now he's showed his hand. He's in trouble. But look at this master of jukes here. Playing with the terrain. But now he's gonna fall off. And I think Kim Yoko is just gonna quickly... Wait, he's still alive? You're kidding me.
Wow, this guy is
Okay,
elusive.
he's dead now.
And yeah, every time I try to glaze somebody, this happens straight into a headshot. NGGZ at least walks away with 7 points into the top 5. So, there we go. It's going to be Dex and the rest of TEO trying to dominate this far north, but they have definitely known that the other side of the compound is going to be absolutely restricted for them to even consider driving in towards because of the presence of JNK up the hillside. So this is definitely going to take a while, right? So
Yeah.
I'm not too quite certain on how this one's going to go, because if you take a look at the landmarks, if it really shrinks all the way to the center, it's somewhere between this hillside or this container that Motion's currently holding on to.
Yeah, and that's rough because honestly, it's not gonna be easy either way, regardless of where the shift is, excuse me. You know, you have that terrain to worry about. You either have to worry about climbing up, climbing down. If anything, I think Hive is good right now because of that compound. But the fact of the matter is, right, when you are in a compound, you're safe. But if, say, the shift outside of the circle happens, running out in the open, really puts you at risk, especially since other teams have really, positioned themselves on high grounds, on terrains, in corners and angles that you might not expect. Now, with the nade coming through here, that's a bit too wide, so Pretzel survives for the time being here. So I think, if anything, JNK are just trying to flush them out, hoping they go out in the open, and JNK, all they have to do is just spray.
Yeah, I think like this aggression coming from JNK is warranted, right? They need to create that space, and what Teo can do is just allow them to fully pressurize the rest of Hive so that they themselves can take up more space to wrap around, look around the side of those members of JNK to eventually close it out. But for the moment, high pressure on the side of Hive. They are forced to also move out of the way, but there is plenty of nades being dropped onto their location, so they gotta put on their happy feet right now to dance it all off. Well, they're sending a couple more towards the top side. Pressure is on. We'll see who's gonna get the upper hand in this fight.
I think it's gonna be JNK. Look at the amount of height they have as well. Master Ichi's nade just eliminates Monboy, but somehow, before he goes down, he's managing to steal away a kill. Master Ichi keeps keeping his head low here, so Mon falls. Gonna reposition on the back line, and you think that you're gonna be okay? No, you're not, because right now is desperate for Hive. Those nades are going a bit too wide. JNK also, for the time being, is stuck. The nade comes through. I'm not sure how it misses the mark, but finally, at the end of the day here, TO managing to just be that third party that just eliminates Hive. And I think for GNK as well, they're in trouble. But Master Ichi is still not allowing that to happen. This high ground is working wonders in his favor. Spraying to the top side here, managing to move away from the nades. But Kim Yoko, saying enough is enough, climbs up that terrain and seals it off. TO, somehow from the bottom of the barrel, saying they still got some fight in them and stealing away a chicken dinner.
They've got the bronze, and most importantly, they got the wits to allow their enemies to take on each other, and then they seize it at the very end. We saw how many teams struggled by the swamp. The moment that they got hold and turned some big fights around, that entire territory was in their entire control. And when I say that the winners have been clad in green, this is a different form, as this one hails from Myanmar, Terror Esports.
Honestly, impressive stuff coming from them as well. I mean, this particular map has just been insane for me. Teams that were at the bottom that seemed that they couldn't even shoot in the first 3 maps are waking up. It felt like that shift in momentum, the heart circle shift in particular, had given them a bit of an edge or a different idea on how exactly to approach these fights. Because everyone's playbooks, strats are out the window, and it's everyone for themselves. There's not a lot of space, there's insane terrain, and Terror Esports took full advantage of the confusion. Kim Yoko has been phenomenal for me today. I mean, he's been like the last player standing in most of the situation with his teams, right? He's been able to get those multi-frags and eliminations as well. It's been so good to see him up here as well to just secure that kill. But Baby Shine on this map, position-wise, has been really, really good. He's very proactive in making sure or just doing those pot shots towards players that do pop their heads out. Hence the amount of damage he's done.
That's right, we'll take a glimpse of the highlights and we'll elaborate the rest of the stories. And coming up next, double rounds of Miramar. Into the equation of every single data that we have on the block, we've seen plenty of fights taking place with the involvement of NGGZ as well as Gen K towards the tail end, taking each other out, and TEO. They were wise enough to allow them to fight it out and they claim victory. Well, of course, with all of that said though, Hive was still in the mix as well, despite having, some commotion that led them to lose plenty of their members. They're still within the top 4, so they are very well in the fight for that top 1 position once again. But now that Terror Esports finally back a big win, does that mean that they move into the top 5? Do they still have to fight out within the top 8? We'll soon find out, but it's been impressive for the most part from all the names involved.
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, we highlighted Kim Yoko before the highlights as well, right? For this particular guy. Glad to see him getting his flowers here. He's very aggressive, great survivability as well, and definitely a teammate that you can rely on in those much crucial situations. I like the fact that he's playing as aggressively as such a, those bigger names in the scene, such as Migs, who's just not afraid to get in your face. I think the reason why he was able to just really cinch this last game was because he decided decided that enough is enough. He's just gonna really disrespect that space and just come through regardless of the possibility of dying, because there is that idea that a lot of trust put into his teammates that he is going to get traded if anything were to happen. Regardless, as we look at that top 4 just now, right? TO, JNK, I think we had a bit of a discussion of them being at the bottom of the ladders, now very much alive. I'm wondering if the pressure from the hard shift did kind of activate these teams, especially since it is the final Erangel of the day. However, in terms of, I would say, consistency, Hive and NGGZ still are very much up there in either that top 4 or in terms of elimination. So there's that to talk about as well.
Yeah, I think like Hive was hoping to actually find themselves farming big numbers, but plenty of all these teams were moving the other side of the swamp, which is where they only back about 4 elimination points. Else, that third position could have actually landed them so much more, whereas they got overtaken by even more of these aggressors like NGGZ. And then we take a look at the rest of the field. I think like SKC, PNX, as well as KE kind of had a little bit of an exhaustion, or should I say maybe a little too hasty from the side of PNX, where they were driving without a direction and they just got clipped every single way around. So rather rough, but hey, maybe the change up into Miramar would do them justice though. So I want to see if these teams will be able to once again readapt to those kind of situations where you got to take long haul trades. You got to also be very wary of all these terrains, which I think the past 3 maps of Erangel, without it being anywhere near all those urban settings, kind of prepare themselves for some form of success in this upcoming map. But here we go. Big updates as we see TEO's win will send them all the way from the bottom into the top 7 just within that round.
Yeah, and it's great to see them do that as well. I think for them, the rank disparity between 1st and 7th is still very much there, but I think like what, 2 games or so should be allow them to play catch up. I mean, if you ask me, Austria, while they did have that back-to-back chicken dinner, we did talk about consistency, and that game was particularly what I was talking about. They got knocked out so very early, but because they got that back-to-back chicken dinner and a high amount of points early, that gives them a little bit of breathing room to make some of these mistakes. But at the same time, you know, teams like NGGZ or Hive or 2 and 4, they're a little bit more consistent in their eliminations. You know, before they're getting down, they do get some points to keep them up there. I wouldn't be surprised if this performance by, say, NGZ, Hive, and 2 and 4 would eventually push them over Austria as well. Now, your prediction of all 3 clad in green is definitely there, but Miramar, 2 more maps is still coming at you, so we're gonna take a quick break, and after this, when we come back, it's gonna be a shift in momentum once again.
Well, Miramar involves a whole lot of driving, and of course, if you want more swag and more speed and power, you gotta get your hands on the brand new Apollo Project Evo and IE, which in real life, there's only 10 units in the world, but you can always get it in game, as it's been around since the 20th of March, and you only got 1 month to get this in your garage before it's gone forever. So that's an exclusive. And of course, we focus back on what's at hand right now. 2 more maps to go, Tash, and we're shifting into the sandy map of Miramar. So I think like Erangel was super fun to witness today because everyone's just basically mauling each other out for whatever drop of points necessary. And I think like we're gonna tone it down a little bit in the early games of Miramar.
Yeah, now coming into this one again, you know, oh, we match. We got another Phoenix Esports here in the chat. Wanna tell me why?
Well, I definitely do think that they gotta, of course, learn from the first week, and I will, just like what you mentioned early on, rooting for the underdog as well. They are newcomers to the block. I see potential, and certain times when they look good, they look hella good. So, other than that, these are usual suspect. You had your 214, you had your Ozja, the GG, as well as TTQ. I put them up there because I do think that they are definitely very well versed when it comes down to Miramar. Though I do think that for today, the PH squads, they look even more formidable.
Yeah, and I think that Miramar should be that shift that everyone really, really wants, especially when you look at how these teams are playing. You know, I think we saw a shift from Rondo all the way to Erangel, definitely. But one thing's for sure, though, some teams are very much well-versed and also consistent across both these 2 maps. I want to see whether or not we can add Miramar into that mix. You know, again, it's always fun to see the usual suspects come up on top, but why I love that map 4 in particular was because that hard shift in circle, that flight path made things so interesting. Give us that on Miramar here as well.
Had plenty to take away in Erangel, and now with a shift of focus into the biggest map of it all, Miramar, as we will sail across from the top end of Campo Militar into the southern South Patona. Now, Choo was telling me the previous week that you think that Protona usually does not receive all too much love. This season, apparently, there's been a couple of hot drop into that area to see a couple of names fight it out from the get-go. So I'm hoping that continues to happen. And sometimes certain teams think that, hey, if we play on the edge of the map, we'll be safe. But not for this season, because Dora Ahumada, there's like, what, 3 teams around the area?
Yeah, and it's really hard to say, right? I mean, again, playing on the side of the circles, you have teams like 214 that prefer to do that because they're hot and hunting players around. You go in late and you don't have enough firepower. Well, you have to worry about teams that are already in the middle of the circle. Teams like SKC are very, very good at being quick at predicting where circle shifts might be. Now, again, you know, we talked about certain places that teams are not going to be able to go here. Again, this is a very, very big map. And since the flight path only covered one side of the area, alternate drop spots are definitely going to be a thing. Hot drops are definitely going to be a thing here. And I'm really excited to see whether or not these early fights are still going to be happening on this map, as this map is historically a slower map. But at the same time, this northern side shift is what I am looking forward to, because look at the amount of people that's dropped down there already.
Yeah, we've talked about 3 potential teams to go head-to-head. And Kane is all alone. I wonder what's he doing here. Oh, this is what he's cooking up. Preparing that
so long.
okay. Wow.
Yeah. But, okay, now the only he has in hand is that shotgun. And he has 3 other people chasing him. So he could kind of cut his losses. Maybe leave right now. Could risk getting sniped from further back. Or he could just wait and try to isolate these kills. And I think he heard someone coming close here. So he's gonna try and see if he can get these isolated fights, especially with a shotgun. And in fact, he's managing to throw away 1 player down and bought enough time for his teammates to rotate over as well. But it's just frenzy though. Popped his head out, and I feel like that was a grave mistake that I feel that could have worked so well in BKE's favor, but somehow it's PNX that's reaping the benefits.
Yeah, Kane have done so much. It's just unfortunate that his teammates were nowhere around, and once they do find the vehicle, that drive-by was inefficient to say the very least, because he didn't even bring his allies along with him. So from what could potentially be a big, massive win, turns into something that is pretty bitter to kick things off here inside of Miramar. Well, the only reprieve is that you got plenty of space to work with as a duo now. Of course, things do get worse towards the mid to late game. But BKE, I think like they're doing decently for today. It's still not their best day, for sure. But we've seen some glimpses where they've gotten, decent runs throughout the past weekend. Whereas for SK, who's on the other corner of the map, playing it safely from the side of Puerto Paraiso, it's going to enjoy plenty of space. And the best part of this is that they're very close in the zone, so I want to see maybe if SKC can kind of utilize all this space. There's a lot of high grounds closer to Los Leones that they could claim very quickly before a lot of all these teams actually move around the map. So, yeah, those are early casualties. But moving back into Hive International, I think they were on a fluctuating run so far for what it's worth for our first day of week 2.
Yeah. I mean, we already sort of predicted this is going to be a slower map. I mean, that early fight was just something that we usually see. So, momentum shift on Miramar, we can cross that off the list. It's still going to remain the same. Now, I think the only thing we can see right now, okay, nice. Austria close by here, MSI crossing by one another. And these are two Goliath teams that are meeting up this early. And I'm kind of hoping that this actually goes into a full send just to really give an idea on how exactly these two teams sort of play these early fights against each other. But MSI is saying, nah, that's for the finale, so we're just going to respectfully bow out and move to a different terrain. Austria, feel free to hold on to this one.
Yeah, it really does feel like Austria demands that kind of respect right now, holding on to that top 1 position, and is unwilling to give over some of all these high ground freely towards the side of MSI, which MSI, we've seen brilliant plays coming in for the past week, but it really feels like they're a little bit of a shadow of their former self, other than, some big numbers coming in from the past round to try to secure some of all these eliminations. Other than that, it really feels like they still gotta fix some of all these loose ends, if I must say. But PNX, they're on the hunt. A1's currently stranded, and on the far side, I see a member of TO. So if they go in for an exchange, that might actually bring the attention towards the side of TO. To also come in for a swing with, oh my goodness, that's a headshot straight to the dome, and quickly Motion removes that player, and wow, that got stolen away so swiftly from the side of Terror Esports.
Yeah, and honestly, it just felt like for BKE and PNX, this has been going on for so long. Since the drop all the way till now. And because of that, TEO took full advantage of this stalemate. But Simple Vein's movement is just also good as well. Just playing with that door, opening it, getting a shot in, closing it immediately in case he couldn't secure that kill. You just have no clue if at the other side of that door is going to be a shotgun or not. So good call on them as well. Now, Kim Yoko, a previous MVP, coming into that mix. Only Muzu to worry about. And now the other two members are close by as well. Nice off angle played by Kim Yoko here. So BKE now out of that mix. And PNX here wondering how exactly to deal with this onslaught.
Oh boy, they're feisty. And here we go. Dice does actually find the off angle as they were swarming on the other side of the town. And Simple Vein now left out all alone. Not quite sure whether if Teo's really going to go for the pickup, because this is a very dangerous location to do so for the time being. Dice has got to really isolate these targets as well. Kim Yoko, the MVP of last round, cooking up that big, massive nade, and sees Dice cutting across. He still has one more to throw directly at him. He's probably heard that cook up, so he's gonna have to respect it for the meantime, as the zone have already zoomed right past them. But thankfully enough, stage 1 doesn't really hurt too much, so they can carry on for now, but they cannot take too long.
Yeah. In this situation here, TEO, they're a little bit too separated from Kim Yoko. So Kim Yoko is doing a great job of keeping the rest of the PNX at bay here. But these 2v1s, in my opinion, are taking way too long. Great pre-fire coming in by Shine as well, which means that all they have to do is just find that final frag onto Simple Vein, excuse me, as he's keeping his position far away from the rest of the team, but was not expecting that nade straight to his face. So will be blown to smithereens, and somehow TEO is riding off that high from that last Erangel.
Yeah, and Teo, with the last laugh as well, they were just fancying every single opportunity that they have gotten so far. And the new prodigies of the block so far looking really good after that massive win, like you said, carrying that momentum. And now, going back to Hive International, that momentum ever since that they've won out the round in Rondo kind of have subsided, but they are definitely taking some swings at teams passing into the center of the map. Zenke should be able to scale through very safely over onto this corners to eventually wrap around Los Leones. And oh boy, so many of these teams are still on that migration, convoying their way around. We've only seen about 5 squads in the area of play.
Shit again.
Really interesting maneuver because Asha's separated into 2 sides of Leones on a 2-2 formation. So I don't know if that's ever going to work out because it's a very risky play for later on.
I think it's less about going for the fights, but more of, I think, just trying to get the information, right? I really hope they've managed to just really path out an escape route. Like you mentioned, Contra, it is a very, very risky play, especially if you're going to go 2-on-4.
Indeed. Whereas GC is going to take their sweet time to try to navigate their way around. Certain teams, they can afford to maybe spend time in the blue zone at stage 2, let the rest of the teams to move deeper into the zone so that they get a safer passage through, but they risk losing a lot more intel as compared to the rest, whereas Ching Ching found themselves a little bit of a skirmish with a nice headshot from all the way above to tag onto those members of TTQ.
This is a nice place to hold, actually. They have a lot of angles they can watch out for. They can see rotations as well. South just hoping to see anyone just moving or rotating around and just able to just really knock them down. I think he can follow his teammates as well if they do decide to aggress later on. But I don't think they want to hold on to the area for way too long in case someone decides to just occupy the lower rungs of this abandoned building. It's going to be a problem as well. So keeping their eyes close toward TTQ is the name of the game for that time being as well. But now Hive is here. You can start to see that they're sort of shifting. They're like, okay, maybe we can try and steal away a kill or two. We don't have to go all in for these fights as well, because Hive, personally for me, throughout today has been quite consistent. Other than that first chicken dinner on Rondo, they haven't really made too much noise. They're just consistently getting points, and I don't think that this is what they want. They want a little bit more extra than that.
Yeah, I would still say that it's been pretty much a steady projection into what they're trying to achieve overall, and they're not too far from Asia, so they've been having a good balance of elimination points, and more importantly, very heavy on the ranking points as well per round. That actually keeps them pretty much afloat. And, you know, as much as I say I kind of like urban warfare and like all these kind of circles that do end up in cities, Los Leones is the worst town to be trapped in when it comes down to, you know, those endings, because that city is a maze. You could literally fit like 10 teams and you don't really spot each other out.
Right?
So yeah, this is much better. That it actually gives us hope that it could close further south, which involves a little bit more terrain and some warehouses, which majority of the teams are firmly planted inbound.
Yeah, OV, you could tell that Rex is just really pulling out the stops. We can see a bit of a rally back coming in from NGGZ. A bit of a desperation play as well coming through. And Rex just seems like this unmovable object that's just putting in damage. It doesn't matter whether or not he gets those kills. It's about really just weakening the team enough that he's able to safely go into the area with his teams. Now NGGZ right now is just scattering. They're barely alive, they're limping. I'm not too sure if MM is even close by his other teammate at all. So they're in a predicament where if one player goes down, the other will have to end the game without support. And on top of that, a buggy? I don't know, man. That's a very, very scary play.
Yeah, looking worse for wear, as well as KE's receiving a lot of attention coming from members of OB. And suddenly he pops right over the vehicle, gets one knock, but that's all he rode. Rex could still try to salvage something, but the pressure is on. The rest of KE, they strike back, but they are absolutely sitting ducks to the wrath of Kid, who's been able to draw that exchange. So he will be able to go in for the pickup, and look at that long-range support. Absolute insanity coming out of these members of OB.
I think that I like that OV has positioned themselves that way here. You know, you have a lot of their members hanging on one terrain, playing as a team, and you are not going to expect Kid on the other side of the map sniping from the backside. It's a great call, a great play. Very risky for Kid, but it's bringing them dividends. Again, fortune favors the bold. And for GG here, could potentially be the winner of this fight since SKC, yeah, their whole team is around, but perhaps a bit too bold playing alone in this compound with no cover at all. Dape has been great at getting frags and eliminations, but in a situation where your teammates cannot, trade off you, it's going to be a problem. He's managed to slip away, eat the full force of that grenade, but he's still not out of the woods quite yet. GG is being very, very careful. Finally clips it in the end. That worry of that shotgun in a CQC is definitely there, so they really took their time to just really approach him.
Yeah, I'm surprised he managed to buy so much time, but despite all of that, there's no backup whatsoever for SKC. Maybe they've calculated, risk and reward ratio wasn't exactly all too worth it, and I could absolutely understand why. I mean, if you got a high ground to play from, why would you want to rush right into a sandbox scenario where you might just get outgunned by the rest of these opponents instead? So, of course, we shall shift our attention elsewhere now that the dust has settled for a little bit. And we might actually get a whole lot more going on as we are indeed going into the outskirts of Los Leones. There's a few planned over the south side of the city still. Taka only on that horse. Very susceptible for any form of weaponry to easily take him down. And he's just galloping towards the side on fire. I don't think they suspected anything just yet because they got their attentions pretty much peeled towards the side of Observation Esports, which is going to be the major threat instead. That's where SKC, they move further inbound, finally getting themselves into the zone. Perhaps now it's a little bit safer to play from the city, but I may be wrong because there is still Tova and the rest of GC to also be lurking within those compounds instead. And speaking of which, going head to head, they've got those nades primed up perfectly.
Oh, that is perfect timing as well. Caught Myth off guard. And Panda, he's not able to lob on the top side either, so there's gonna be kept at bay here. But still not a kill confirmed quite yet, so Myth is going to be hanging on for that time being here. But the rest of GC are a little bit more impatient, so they're going to slowly make their way forward. Bit of a ring around the rosy. Nope, finally clips him in the end. So Panda will be the next one to fall. Rofe is barely alive as well. I gotta say, GC is doing a great job of isolating them and just really taking their time, just take them down one-on-one. It's to the point that SKC cannot trade off each other, cannot play together. And it's almost surgical how they have identified the positions of these players and attacked.
Yeah, they were so ready to take them out. And on top of that, I could also point out that SKC, they don't really look so cohesive as well, because you saw one guy scaling the apartments, another one trying to go for the rescue, one trying to trade back. And yeah, it does not look clean at all. Gotta work on some of all these maneuvers in the upcoming game. Whereas GG, great spot on fight. And now GG is just gonna hammer through their way up against Terror Esports. Only one member remaining, and San finding the angles right, and it is gonna be a straight up charge with the DBS. It finds the way through. Kim Yoko, last line of defense, but can he find it all? And he will pin him down. Still one more to go, but he's barely healthy enough to actually take them on. GG still surviving at the tail end of this fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot that Kim Yoko could do there. If he stays on the outside, there's a 2-on-4 clip on the backside there. He goes inside, he's gonna get cornered regardless. I mean, he's done a great job of doing that. It's just so unlucky that he wasn't able to bring away any secured kills as points, right? So just one of those situations that, is just mad unlucky, but insane play done by him. Now, Ryujin definitely heard the commotion coming in from that 5-gen TEO as well as GG, so he's keeping a close eye onto that area. His teammates are close by, but he's not in a position where he can be immediately traded. So if he were to go down, it's going to be the end for him, and his teammates are just going to reconvene elsewhere and sort of move away together as a team. But as the circle shifts here, I think TTQ is in prime position. They have a bit of a terrain to work with. They have a compound as well. And for the rest of the team here, they're just waiting for that hard shift to happen so that they can try and see how they can abuse the movement and rotations from the other teams.
Yeah, I do think that TDQ just have to play on pure defense because in that specific compound of the warehouse, they don't really have too much of a lookout point for them to really get a good hold of what's really going on the outskirts instead. Whereas for 214, they've been marking over the south side. I believe their main task is just to really zone out some of all these members of GC who's won out that trade early on. And on the other side, Asha Esports also trying to trample their way across up against a stranded Spiral, it seemed. The rest of On Fire lost Kaka very early in the exchanges, but now we'll get a free picking onto San. And it's so unfortunate. We saw GG. They won out that trade, but eventually they were left with not much to really hold on to, especially now with 2-on-4. Depleting their vehicles, they got nowhere else to go.
You know what? Ryujin has been holding on to that corner for about 2 to 3 minutes now. He has been diligent. All eyes onto GG. Pop their heads immediately dead.
Ooh.
But for the rest of GG here, they're saying, okay, 2-on-4 knocks it down, that's fine. But do not come into our compound. So OF, you could tell that this is a very desperate play. The blue zone's shifting. They had to rush into the area, go onto that terrain. And GG did a great job of just slowly dwindling out their numbers, getting these isolated 1v1s in situations that they did not expect to get clipped. Now, finally, 2-on-4, all they have to do is just clean up the final few members of GG who are also outside of the zone. And now GG, what to do? They've done a great job. I mean, support got 5 eliminations already here. So, despite not being at the best of positions and advantage in terms of players, I think they should be fine moving on forward here. As long as they survive a bit more, they should launch themselves out the ladder with no problem.
Yeah, but he has got to sift through those members of Asia as well as 2-1-4. And somehow he's been very diligent to absolutely escape from the wrath of Mix and Co. Whereas Asia, we last saw them chasing on to On Fire, forcing them to trade off with the side of GG, which worked wonders for the side of GG. And it could have actually been so much worse if it wasn't for OF that does arrive on their other side. And it looks like his day's numbered with that grenade. It just easily secures things.
I was rallying for him.
I was rooting for him too.
I was curious though, like how much utility he had, like how many bandages, how much utility he can use. It just felt like maybe he ran out because you know he was hiding in that crater with no smokes, nothing to work with.
Yeah, it's just pretty sad that like everything's pretty much tough for him, where he's in such a handicapped scenario with so many teams surrounding that vicinity. Oh, that's a nasty pop on the tire, but thankfully, Ozja did manage to go into the dip already. So this will be a very defensive hold for the time being. As I do say that, MSI is pinning out top. I believe they went in for the first as well. As these two teams will go on for a long exchange. Both sides pretty much covered with walls on the higher grounds of Los Leones. But the problematic part of this is that they're not in the next zone. So maybe MSI is just trying to choke out the rest of the GC, but I don't think they're falling for it. They could absolutely wrap all the way towards the north, drive the other way around, and absolutely stay clear of any form of threats, and then look for that re-entry from that point onwards. MSI should do the same because they should not waste any more time, but Observation Esports is taking charge of this fight instantly. Jamboy crumbles after arriving towards the top end, and Pretzel was just so sharp on his aim.
Honestly, that is chaotic. Hive only has those smokes to work with as well. As the other teams just fully collapse. Kid waiting in the wings here. Long range pickoffs are good, but at the same time, this team is diligent. They've identified where Kid is, picked him off, separating him from his team. The amount of time range has just really disrespected any space done by these long-range snipers is insane. You have him rush at you and suddenly you're panicking. You're just like, okay, what do I do now? I cannot help my teammates. My teammates are in trouble. And now I gotta fight this guy just running straight in our face. And speaking of running in their faces, Trezzy there blown to smithereens. Ryujin is currently on a rampage. So he's just sort of baited this guy, Joseph, into the crosshairs of his long-range teammate, Min. It almost feels, oh my god, if that happened to me, you know, that's a way to say, yo, I just fell for someone's rage bait. That's exactly it.
I would really absolutely flip that phone right across that whatever living room that he's in right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the amount of trust that 2-on-4 have on each other. Like, bro, back me up, man. There's somebody by the container.
Let me
I got
bait
you,
for you. Let me bait for you, gang. Oh my gosh, that's insane.
Absolutely. And take a look at this. Within the top 6, there's 4 PH flag involved, and that just goes to show that they are just so well versed onto how this map really runs like the back of their hands. For MSI, doing a really good job keeping themselves afloat with all 4 members, but I may have spoke too soon because those numbers can easily dwindle down with the arrival of GC, so we'll have to see about that. Oh boy, big flip over.
Yeah, actually put knockdown already is one save that really opens it up here. And somehow MSI, what the heck is this pay? It's so random. It felt like he couldn't see anything for the time being in there as well. But in a way, it's showing his position. It's chaotic because honestly, I couldn't tell who's who at one point as well based on the movements. It's somehow MSI that comes up on top despite losing 2 so early. I'm not sure how exactly they flipped the script, whatever it does. Like, it worked.
Yeah, you can definitely see that those members of GC were in panic station. They were crashing to the walls. The car flipped over. And it's like, okay, I know they're all the way in the back. I'm just gonna spray and pray. And unfortunately, it didn't really hit the mark. You know, like it could have been something, but it's a big what if. But MSI, they've created a lot of noise, and that draws in the attention of the rest of 2-1-4 Pro. 5 points, tying it together with Hive International, having the same squad strength. And it looks like that will quickly dissipate with TTQ on the other side of the area, sniping them down, and Migs, he's been on hold from the get-go, and he's gonna play them all both.
Oh, that's gross. This guy does so well with his sprays, never missing the mark. And it puts them in a top 4 as well, with 2 teams with the highest amount of strength right now is Hive as well as TTQ. Positioning-wise, it's TTQ that is in a masterful position. They've been getting so many stragglers just, you know, watching around that area. Nice nade just blew up 2-on-4, sends it out in the open, which means that the other members of Hive, all they have to do is just spray them to smithereens, and I don't think that 2-on-4 is going to be able to hold off this aggression anytime soon. Their position's just so out in the open as well, so that should be it. With Mix trying his best to at least find a kill of his own here. But too many bodies, too many angles, tries to isolate the fights here. Capo does at least find 1. But the rest of Hive, they're still very healthy forward. And I'm not too sure how exactly Migs and Mon are still being able to steal away a few kills.
What? He's driving through, and just like that, he brings the attention forward for Monboy to capitalize on this situation. Now it's only down to Capo. Can he actually dance it up? There is also the zone, and it will close upon him. Hive International with a massive 9er, and they're in for even more. The crazy part about this is that none of those members coming from the side of 2-1-4 have been able to fully claim a point against them, and now they get to go in for that full reset before they take on TTQ.
Yeah, they got a bit of time as well. I think TTQ knows this, so sending a minus out is the call. But I feel like it's taking a little bit too much time. So if anything, Hive will have that space and that time to reset to come back to full strength as well. So maybe if minus hasn't been spotted out yet, it could be good. Regardless, they're out of their compound. They have to find a different way into the map. They have a bit of control on that southern side, but without any idea where the other 2 teams are, it's going to be a problem.
Wow, I love the call coming from Hive International. The moment that they reset it, you see that swing all the way up north actually buys them so much more space, so much more area to really play out against the rest of TDQ, which, like you said, TDQ took their sweet time. They weren't aggressing, they weren't making a move either. So it is going to be worse for wear if they continue to do so, because the rest of Hive, they really know where exactly they were. So it's full intel gathering. Hive so far are just so well prepped throughout the entire course of Miramar, and I do think that they are poised to actually win this one out so long as they play this one to a T.
For NGGZ right now, it's all about just survivability, right? He has like the final little stretch of land inside of that zone. So for him, he can get a lot of info. It's a pretty high ground area. Potentially could steal away a kill or two, or maybe just go down to the blue. I don't know at this point, because it feels like he's just kind of boxing himself here. There's a lot of noise happening, but look at the amount of space Hive has taken. It just felt like TTQ may be a little bit hesitant to take up space earlier as well, especially since they were shooed out of their zone and area. Okay, I think Pretzel did spot him out there, so all eyes is onto him.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I guess he will just have to tap out the zone, and that is what he did exactly. MM, of course, has been around for a long time, knowing that you don't want to give the point away at the very least. Now it's a full-on 4 versus 4 fight between Hive as well as DDQ. Smoke's now being set, and the stage directly in the center is going to be a tough one to crack. But Pretzel's receiving so much of the attention, as much as those smokes does not give him enough cover, but it is still a 1-for-1 trade. They did eventually get minus.
It's just trying to find a bit of space here through those smokes. I mean, this is a way open land. It's anyone's game if who sees who first as well. Hive does have a 2-2 formation going on. Pretzel is barely alive right now, but Range is always going to fill up that front part to allow a bit more space for that reset. Nice blind sprays through those smokes as well, which allows him to get a few more kills. Have 10 eliminations already. Unstoppable, to say the least. A great idea of where exactly these players from TTQ are hunkered down.
Yeah, only 2 more members remaining, and TTQ, they've been on the defensive for the entire game, and they will slowly wear it out as Hive International will look to claim this one, as it is going to match the sure numbers of Asia's Chicken Dinner for the second week, as the team in red right now will take the top step with crazy amount of eliminations to book out as well.
That's 2 teams already today getting 2 chicken dinners, and I have to say it's pretty fun to see that. We talked a little bit about map consistency, right? I felt like Hive has a great understanding of all 3 maps here. Again, there were like so many rounds or fights that I thought Hive would not make it out alive. But out of 1 player staying alive, getting insane multi-frags, being able to reset the team, he brings them back to life again and again. I think it was twice already this particular game. Definitely a slower start to this game as well, but you have players like Range, who's not afraid to take up space front and center as your teammates goes for that reset. We have Pretzel, who's great on that late lurk or flank. You're going to be having this nice little chemistry where you can sort of take control of an area or a terrain as well, and this is exactly it. Everyone, again, when I talk about this team in particular, they have their rules, they know how to execute it, and this is the outcome of it, whether it be a chicken dinner or just a top 4 finish.
Indeed, and of course, there was only 1 lethal threat towards the side of Hive. I do believe it was between that fight of Hive versus 214 Pro altogether, and they managed to really isolate targets, and they absolutely knew how to wiggle around those terrains to really make the best situations possible. And speaking of the best, we bring you the best highlights here of what went down in Miramar. And that was quite the finisher coming in from Hive International to back their second chicken dinner here in week 2. And I truly felt like this is their best display so far, because from every single point that we want to keep winning, it comes down to performance of checklists, like long range, they've got it all covered, close quarter combat, baiting out players to actually be tagged out by your team, and so much more. And to wrap things out with a big fat chickener with all members intact, it was just sublime coming out of the Philippines' finest squad, Hive International.
Yeah, it's really fun watching this team play as well. I mean, again, you know, we're starting to see this shift in top 4 teams, and it's really, really good to see as well. But we have to give our flowers to Pretzel first. And in this situation, we've seen so many games where this guy just really takes the lead. Not in terms of just eliminations, but aggression, and in terms of really commanding that space that his team needs to take. So really great to see this consistency coming throughout for the entirety of this team. Now, talking about this entirety of this game as well, right? We are seeing a shift in teams as well in terms of their map consistency. We're starting to see that for TEO, who start off at one of the bottom rungs this week, do have it in them for this, I would say, aggressive style play. We saw that happening to, we saw them, like, especially TO, really riding off that high from map 4. Very, very early aggressive. Didn't last till the end, but it is enough to still maintain them in this top 10 spot. Now, speaking of that as well, in terms of other teams, Ovi as well was a team that I think started off a bit more quiet in the beginning of the day. Now already in the 4th spot already, at least for this particular match as well. So you can see that they do have the capability or firepower to be as aggressive as the teams currently at the top. So, but it is still going to be a huge point disparity between Hive and the rest of the pack. That's what, 10 points between them and 2 and 4.
Yeah, and of course, this might continue to be the case if nobody finds the right formula to deal with certain situations, where I think like 2-1-4 have kind of matched that kind of tempo. It was unfortunate that within that 50-50 duel that they were taking up close and personal, it really could have gone either ways for this win to happen for the side of Hive, but they were absolutely in good control over onto that former terrain of the slope, whereas 2-1-4 was the one aggressing, charging in, because they're running out of that space. So who knows, in the next scenario, Miramar, it might be on the flip side instead. But of course, with this second chicken dinner, it actually shoves Ozja into the 3rd spot with 2-1-4 Pro, overtaking them by just a mere 1-pointer. Okay, that's interesting.
Makes it fun though. I mean, a mere 1-pointer can mean everything later on down the line, right? So, yeah, nice to see that it's gonna be a point shift again. 2-1-4. They are that team that doesn't need chicken dinners to stay at the top, and it is still definitely translated here. I don't know why, but every season I have this conversation about 2-1-4. It's always no chicken dinner, no problem. Can we give them a different title at this point, for God's sake? But at the same time, again, that Hive, that consistency, really shows. Like, yeah, chicken dinners, great and cool. Ozja also managing to pull off 2 chicken dinners today, but being able to consistently make it to the top 4 or consistently end the game with points is the key here, and Hive seems to have really broken that streak of green. Now we still have one more match later tonight, which is going to be Miramar, so quick break and a breather before we go to the final map. All right, guys, don't forget, now that we're coming back to the game, don't forget to squad up and team up for everyone. Because right now we have Minnie and Bam Bam, our friends of PUBG Mobile, about to bring us a hype new song to the game. And because the name of the song is going to be Carry You, which is how me and Contra hang out, because I'm carrying him in the game.
Well, we can carry each other, I do hope. But of course, I've been rusty and I've been weak. I've been in this cave for a very long time. But hey, it's good that they are friends of PUBG Mobile. Bam Bam as well as Minnie, they've always released bangers of songs. And I'm pretty sure that Cover You is going to be just as great. I hope that it does hit #1 in the pop charts as well. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But of course, we're only down to one more game remaining, Tash. You know, we were talking about, going together, and it's been, 8 years of PUBG Mobile, and I'm always grateful that, they've covered us as much as, we cover each other as well.
Actually, for real. Oh yeah, while we're on the topic of Bam Bam and Minnie, don't forget, there's also events coming around as well, alongside exclusive items, so don't miss out. So do follow PUBG Mobile on all platforms to know more about the upcoming collab. Now, coming into this last map, I am excited because there was that shift, right? From Erangel to Miramar, it was a lot more different. And we're starting to see teams that we didn't see show up last week start to really bring in their A game. Team like TEO, team like BKE, even teams, aggressive teams such as OV as well are now coming up on top. And I am loving this shift mostly because we can't really pinpoint which team will consistently be at the top and which team would eventually go down. As far as I know for sure right now, the only team that's remained consistent has been Hive. In terms of the chicken dinners, in terms of the frags, and in terms of eliminations, it's going to be 2 and 4, at least for me.
Yeah, I certainly have to agree with that. Like, looking at how well some of all of these front runners are actually going at it, like, they could just basically stick to pretty much the same kind of execution in order to still reap big numbers out here in the very final map that we're about to play out. So I guess when it comes down to, this map itself, we both got pretty similar, literally the same votes. Okay,
it's over. It's over. None of these teams are gonna make it. I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe another Hive. Maybe this time around it could be somebody else as well. So
yeah,
I think the outlier from our pick right now is KE.
I agree.
Being picked up, but I think like there's a firm reason why, because historically they did decently in this map, and secondly, I think like the first couple of maps have convinced us that they can afford to also play a little bit more feisty, which they have shown from time to time. Today, maybe it hasn't been their stroke of luck, but for the other two, I mean, we've seen massive wins coming from the Asia side. Maybe MSI's turn to finally back themselves a chicken dinner. We've been waiting and waiting. Could this be their very moment? The final matchup for our first day of week 2 begins now.
Ooh, okay. Now, I mean, we spoke a lot about KE. The thing is about KE is that they have fight in them. They can bring the fight to the table. Don't get me wrong. It's just a matter of just really sealing the deal here. That last few kills, the survivability is gonna be a problem. And I'm a big believer that, if you still don't get it after the first few mistakes, you try again until you do. Now, flight path coming from Toriel Humada all the way down to Minel de Sur. I think this map is perfectly cut in half at this point as well. If there are any hard drops, just simply assume that they want to take this fight.
Yeah, I pretty much would assume that to be the case, because last matchup, it's pretty much the same scenario over at North Point, where they kind of run into each other, because this second week it was, we talked about that rotation of groups, so they have no clear idea whether they will meet each other in certain terrains. But take a look at the North though. PNX and GGZ as well as On Fire floating across La Cabrera as well as the Oasis. It did seem like OF will not join in the fray, but this would be a race to really get those weaponry and try to charge at each other, whereas the rest of the area seemed pretty clear. Plenty of those in the central zone, but this time around, we're seeing some coverage over on the waters, and this could be interesting.
Yeah, and teams that like TTQ, MSI, Austria even, who are already dropping toward that area is going to be benefiting greatly from it. Now, for me personally, dropping in Los Leones is the move, mostly because if there is another team that drops in that area as well, that city is huge. You will most likely not see each other because of the amount of compounds and areas, right? So in this situation, it's not a bad place to camp. It's great to get those early utility and I think items as well. So it's good. Now, we talked about early frags, and it looks like PNX as well as NGGZ want to go for these early fights here. Daddy Gus, great opening onto Minor, and also they sealed it off. In a way, this is great. Great for the rest of the other teams in the lobby, because for them, NGGZ getting clipped early means there's going to be one less aggressive team to work with. Now, NGGZ realizing this, that PNX not only have some weapons in hand, but also managing to clip them off, they're just going to say, all right, we relinquish, we're just going to move away and try to kind of like get our loot first. MM in a building alone here, and PNX is going for that chase.
Yeah, they're just full sending it with the entire squad. MM has got no business camping out here as they slowly isolate their targets from the side of NGGZ. Even brought the machete out. Oh, okay. This guy's a little bit of a show-off right now. I like that confidence. As for NGGZ, it really feel like their confidence are starting to diminish because this is the roughest start possible for their side.
It is very, very rough. But one thing's for sure, though, NGGZ, they have Plan B, Plan C, and with 2 players left this early in the game, Plan Q, I suppose. I don't take this team as a team that would, I would say, back down for a fight is one, or a team that would stop being aggressive just because they lack manpower. But okay, now they will. Especially when you have a team like as persistent as PNX here. Honestly, I thought PNF would just really back down early. Kind of say, hey, I don't think we want to take this fight early. But I think in this situation here, they're realizing that whatever they were doing earlier is just not working. So this change in pace works so well in their favor. They've gotten 3 members of this team already. And somehow the final member of NGGZ manages to stay alive. But the amount of noise they've made attracted OF toward this area.
I kind of like the fact that NGGZ is like, okay, it's time to shake them off, bring them to on fire, and they'll settle the scores for them instead. And it's like, okay, I got you, fam. So right now, they're pretty much pinned out because they were goose chasing against that final member, and it really seemed like they kind of put too much focus onto that, and now they're getting absolutely cooked. With Kaka leading the charge, and somehow A1's fighting back. They've already lost one, and now only working as a duo. This is going to be a tough one to call, but he might actually find the angles.
It's a lot of damage taken already for A1 and Cha-Cha. Okay, there we go. Nice spray and pray forward there. Secures one more pickoff for them. And OF didn't get a secure kill out of that, so they are able to bring themselves back into the game.
Oh boy. It goes from 100 to 0 real quick,
that was,
right?
That was insane. That was a lot.
I'm also trying to digest the scenario. If we were to be in their shoes, it's like, oh, I'm so happily hunting out this squad, and like suddenly that guy's like, haha. Now taste the fury of On Fire, and now Simple Vein has got nothing else but bandages. I believe his position is also eventually compromised with the smoke trails now being sent out. So Micro Uzi and a Dream may be clutchable if they were to send it one by one, but looking at the odds here, it's gonna be an entire squad, or at least 3 members, to just do a little bit of drive-by. And yeah, ITRX, he's looking forward for this one, but not so much for Simple Vein. He's got the S12K, might actually turn the tides around.
Let's see whether or not Simple Vein is able to pull this off. No. This time around is, I mean, again, OF has a lot of protocols in mind, and they're doing a great job of just realizing that, you know, Triple's peak might be the wave here, might be the move. Do not allow him any space to kind of just really wiggle around isolated fights as well, because you guys never know what kind of weapon he has in hand. Honestly, I'm quite surprised at this outcome. I mean, PNX did go down with 2 eliminations there, but it's NGGZ that survives the onslaught in the end. I mean, what a plot twist.
Yeah, now to kind of recall what really went on as well, it was kind of interesting that it's supposed to be 3 points for the side of PNX, right? Because they knock out all 3 members of the side of NGGZ. And somehow it was OF that stole 1 point away, and they didn't exactly realize that there was OF around the corner. So the more reason why I'm kind of baffled with this tunnel vision mindset of the side of PNX, which was kind of called for if they were to aggress, not really calculating some of all these environmental factors in the form of, course, On Fire, who's absolutely popped off early game with 5 points. That really at least gives them a little bit of that comfort despite them being very far away from the zone. And I do believe it's at least a good 3 kilometers that they really have to drive. It's a long journey up ahead. But if they even out, they can't complain. 5 points is a massive haul. Whereas for the side of 2-1-4, great game from last round. Managing to overtake Ozja by only 1 point. So they kind of want to steer this even further to try to overtake Hive International. The only way to do that, I do believe, is going to be by a chicken dinner. So the top 3 is definitely going to be an interesting discussion for later. Whereas GC, this team had potential. Remember last round, they were zoning off teams and then eventually they got zoned out. I hope it's not going to be the same case moving into this final map.
Oh yeah. I'm looking at just having a look at how exactly this rotation's gonna go. They're crossing so many teams right now. They're getting sprayed from different angles. Oh my gosh, Contra! I'm saying today that you and I, we are the harbingers of heart shifts. That's what, the 3rd, 4th map? We've got that today? I'm blessed. Thank you, Contra, for this. This just makes for exciting games.
Oh yeah, enjoying every moment of these players soaking the sun, soaking the bullets, soaking all the pressure that's mounting upon them. GG. As these shots connecting, and it seems like they do have a good elevated spot to work with for now. And for the fact of the matter that stage 2 have already shrunk everything down to size that 50% of it is still by the water, so whoever's somewhere in between Impala, they're still kind of smiling with glee that they do have to look on top of them, but not so much for the other side though. Motion's peppering them down.
Yeah, Motion's been doing great at just really identifying the weak links of a position and a hold and a team as well. So, in a way, TEO, because they managed to just really dwindle down the numbers, crippled them down a bit, they decide, okay, I think we can go for a full send right now, but I think that this team is very much ready for it. You have Camper Tova just kind of buying a bit of time for the rest of the team just really move around the area, but then you have players such as Gimiyoko and Moshen just slowly moving into the area as well as a team here. I'm pretty sure there was a bit of a disconnect in their comms and how exactly they want to go for these hits. And suddenly, whatever style play and hit that DO want to do completely obliterated. And Kim Yoko not only needs to stay alive, but he also needs to wipe the entirety of this team. And Crazy went for the player that dies first to the player that sort of saves his teammates last man standing.
That's crazy. They absolutely overheated right there. They felt confident. They took one, but that long house was not for that taking at all. But of course, with all the attention drawn, GC, they will draw the short end of the stick as well. But hey, they got plenty of points from that initiation. And now MSI on top of the hillside. They might be able to farm up, but for TTQ, they will call this their brand new home. Plenty of loot for them to choose from all these boxes. And this restock might actually see TTQ really double down on their firepower.
Man, TTQ has been on a mad rampage. It just felt like they were a little bit more slow early, and then suddenly decided, okay, I think we can do much better than this. Just go completely nuclear in the next few rounds there as well. Now, South has an idea where Ozja might be here, but it's Trezzy who's a little bit more further back compared to this team. So if anything, if Trezzy does get attacked, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing some firepower for a different part of the map. So South, knowing this, identifying, says, okay, you know what, TTQ, you're right there, right for the picking.
Oh boy. And the worst part is that TTQ cannot afford to drive out so long as MSI is planted on this side of the hill. Any journey outwards will be a death sentence, whereas the side of Ozja, I've seen one guy swimming in the waters, and that's actually coming from SKC. Okay, I won't blame Crowfy. I mean, they've always had the idea to play it really safely, but I won't say that spot is all too safe because there's still more teams coming from the north later on, whereas on Fire, we saw them really rallying in the early game, but now find themselves in a tough position. At least they do find that clip connecting to draw an exchange up against the Black Eagle side. But Special, that vehicle is about to blow up.
Yeah, I was a bit nervous about that as well. Got a perfect shot through that window. On top of that, this car is smoking. So like it or not, BKE would have most likely knocked them out of the game regardless. So that was a very desperate play. Now, for KE, does find a pickup there onto ISA. Not too sure how that happened here. But for GG, coming from a team that was in trouble just now, somehow still alive, one elimination in the bag, and they have a lot of space to work with. And this reposition is good in a way. They can go around the map. They've already entered the area. And most importantly, they have the freedom to kind of venture out into the open, go for a kill or two if they want to as well. But Compound is there for the time being, at least for a little while. They can use, just really reset, rendezvous together. And I would really like for them to just really open up the map and try and figure out how exactly to breach that circle. And if that area of the circle they're about to breach does have terrains they can abuse in case a player or a team is there.
True enough, and there's just a lot more space now created somewhere towards the central grounds. But for those over onto the corners of the shore, maybe it is looking a little bit worse for wear because MSI is just taking a firm chokehold onto the entire surrounding. And for the rest of Hive, they've been elusive for what we could basically see for the entire course of the game. Coming in from the far northwestern corner map will allow them a lot of wiggle room to navigate around, but not too far off. It's going to be Observation Esports literally observing teams from afar for the meantime, as they're also sending a few members out in the open that got caught by the side of JNK, and now it's going to be Rex's turn to try to trade back to find a little bit more cover for his teammate that's been down, not out just yet. This is going to be a tall order for him to really go in for a save, so long as they don't clear out the rest of JNK.
To see how exactly these fights and rotations are gonna go. It's such a complicated terrain to work with. You go to the top side, you're at the very edge of that circle, so there's a possibility of you not being able to enter the area. You go toward the middle, you're at the bottom side here, which is why GNK probably thought about taking the fight to OV, but now the circle hard shifted away. And now both these teams have to navigate the terrain, take this fight, and then made a beeline into the north side of that circle.
Ooh, I kind of like what TTQ have managed to accomplish here. They sent two members outwards to rep behind of MSI, so they don't really get in the danger zone. Whereas plenty of teams still on the outskirts are moving inbound, and this is where things go a little bit haywire. We see more names appear on the feed. Hive getting one, JNK to also follow suit as well, as they're picking on the pieces of Observation Esports. And that will be the last of it with TTQ landing the final touch. And unfortunate to say, this time it's going to be an absolute zero for the side of Observation. Not their day altogether.
Yeah, and honestly, we were talking about that JNK's, I would say, idea on going back there, and I think that it really worked out well in their favor. I would love to be able to go back and see how exactly that fight went on. Regardless, we are going to be paying attention. Okay, thank you. They do go back to GNK here. Master Ichi aware that there is BKE close by, and I have to say that every time we get this Master Ichi POV, this guy is just fragging out left, right, and center. He's so good at just keeping his head high and low. It's so hard to land that crucial headshot to really shut him down. Now for the rest of BKE here, not wanting to lose more players, especially to those already two, they're going to rotate over away. As for MSI though, whichever team that crosses their peripheral are just gonna get clipped down there, as again there's just so many fights happening in this particular era. Ozja is currently taking a fight with GG as well, and this is all happening in that same quadrant.
Yeah, there's just gunfights every corner of the map, like you said. Crowfy finally getting sniffed out. Support so far looking impeccable, really being the back barriers for the side of GG. Still more fishes to fry from the side of Asia Esports. At the very least, they know for certain that over in the back, there's not too many stragglers that they really have to deal with. So all this space is to themselves. They could basically take their sweet time with plenty of all these area of the zone for them to slowly play things out. Maybe until late game, that's where they have to be more concerned of maybe moving deeper into Impala. But for now, it's literally 4-on-4 up against the side of Asia Esports. They also got to be worried about the resources that they burn throughout this skirmish, because there's no point in time that they could actually afford to even find anything to loot up from other than winning out the trade and take from their boxes instead. NangX does connect a headshot, so that is JNK with a forced maneuver onto GG.
Oh, this is great. I like this off angle they're playing. I think, but JNK is aware. So they do quickly find support, but you're not gonna get no answer from GG. A lot of damage dished out by NangX there. Unknown. Gonna try and disrespect the utility. Gonna rush forward through those smokes, but NangX knows how to play this. No! That jump off vehicle probably caught him off guard. He was expecting him to drive through with it. Incredible 300 IQ play.
So crazy. He managed to one-tap him the moment he exits as well before the vehicle blows up. That really feels like it's from Mission Impossible.
Right.
And they're just plowing members of the side of GG. So it's going to be a tough hold, 2 versus 2. And now, from the back, it's Asha having the last laugh.
Oh, yeah. Starting to see Austria just slowly climb their way back into the game after the disappointing last 2 maps from them. And now, this terrain, not only were they early to that circle, but it gave them so much breathing room to really strategize where exactly to hold, how exactly to play off one another as well. Like, as much as we would like to say that it's chaotic and, you know, you really gotta go with the flow in these maps, right? But sometimes you gotta be 3 steps ahead and understand which area of the map you want to take control of. Are we willing to play at the very edge here when we don't have enough space? Or are we just willing to just really hold onto this high ground terrains without worrying our backside? As we go toward Hive, they are taking a fight against TTQ on this high ground. And personally, for me, I'm a bit worried for Hive. Mostly because this low ground is a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, it might seem to be the case, but so long as they stay away from some of all these areas that's absolutely blindsided for the side of TTQ, they should be able to eventually isolate some targets over on a hill. And who knows, they might need to descend as well. So if that ever happens, Hive might actually eventually find an upper hand, so they could just try to hold out as long as they could. You could see from the minimap, there's just a bunch of party going on around this Impala sector, whereas 214 finally gets a little bit more involved. They've been very quiet in comparison to that previous round where they just go guns blazing. This time around, JNK, after surviving a little bit longer up against the side of GG, they finally found a little bit more of that opening. And perhaps this could also be a call where they could still find a way to squeeze into a top 4 finish as well, but maybe too soon to tell here in stage 5. And 214, a very courageous attempt on the long haul exchange up against those members of TTQ upwards. So TTQ, they're slowly running out of cover, so this is going to be a tough descent.
Yeah, honestly, you want to come down, and this is one of the problems of getting that high ground. Now, you want to get off, you're so vulnerable. You're jumping down, you don't necessarily have your weapons in hand, and you're surrounded. You have MSI at the bottom, you have KE somewhere a little bit close by, you have JNK on the other side of that road. Hive as well has been hot at their heels here. But I wouldn't say that this terrain has not been to their advantage. They got, what, 6 eliminations out of it as well. Now, they can use this terrain to their advantage to just throw out the util. But at the same time, you have players like 214 understanding this terrain can be used against them from long-range areas.
Yeah, and you know, whenever we go to Mix's POV, he's always cooking something special for us because he's really trying his level best on the 3x scope on AUG. It's not even a DMR, but he made it look like it's a sniper somehow. If it really was a sniper, I wouldn't be too surprised if it could easily connect some of all these headshots, but we are seeing a little bit of a shift, and this actually closes towards the side of Kane, but he's all alone inside of a tiny little shack. So hopefully no attention being drawn into his compound just yet. Whereas this actually calls for TTQ to really leave the vicinity. But how do they do so? Because the last I checked, on that high ground, I don't think that they have any vehicles to try to rush downwards. So if they were to jump down, they will take a little bit of fall damage, and hopefully not be spotted out by the rest of 214 that's been marking them from the get-go. So tough call to be made right here. Asia still not letting JNK off the hook.
Austria, not only are they aware that they're outside of the zone, I mean, JNK is going to have to push toward them eventually, and Joseph knows this. So as soon as they push through, it's going to be open fire to these last few members of JNK. On top of that as well, TTQ is close by. I do not see a way for JNK to be able to push through this circle safely. Even if they do somehow win this fight against Austria, you just know from the tall end of the terrain is going to be TTQ just finishing off the job.
Yeah, I definitely see all the advantages given to them. Whereas, for the side of 214, they finally spread it out from the south side to try to look for alternatives, because they've been using a lot of that bullet resource towards the kill up against TTQ, and now is bringing the fight up towards the side of JNK, forcing them into this pressure cooker scenario. Either you go down to us or you go down to Asia. There's no better way to go to really win a trade, because they're really choked up.
Now this terrain is just so bad for them as well. They're on the lower ground, having to climb up. The blue zones coming through as well. You see Lucky with that opening onto Godspeed, so unknown last person standing. They could just try to omit the last point to them, and it's good because it just felt like Lucky was a little bit too tunnel vision toward him. And Ozja, knowing this, says, hey, let's just try and take advantage of the situation here. We may not have the terrain, but we can catch them when they're looking elsewhere. So somehow, it's unknown, despite all odds, that steal away that final elimination here. So TTQ still very much in the game, still very much in the lead when it comes to eliminations as well, doing God's work here, somehow managing to get off that high ground terrain and still turning the situation into their favor.
Indeed, and for TTQ, I think props to them that they've been able to not only descend safely, but also expand it up towards the other side where they could also challenge JNK. It really feels like there's just so many of all these hitmen just waiting to take them on, and I guess the ones that finally claim it was the members of TTQ after all. Nice and easy, but that might actually draw a little bit more of that attention coming in from the side of Asia Esports. So with the coast being cleared up, you can see how safely everybody else plays around the entire stretch. Now, Mosin Nagan on the hands of Mewtwo. That sniper might come in pretty handy, especially within the fight 4 versus 2, KE versus Hive.
KE has been somehow surviving an onslaught of teams. I think we saw off screen 2 of their members got knocked out already, and I was a bit concerned of their survivability, but still, they're very healthy. They have a nice compound to their name, but the lack of manpower is going to be a problem here, and I think Master D2K might be the perfect example of how he can buy time and even take advantage of these isolated kills. Hive, they need to make sure they don't get isolated, especially against players like Master D2K that's just so good at getting these close-range fights. They're waiting for that angle, that situation, that timing that KE gets flushed out toward them. I don't think they're eager to go inside of the compound and force this fight, but that nade hits the mark perfectly. And since there's only 1 player left, they're still gonna go aggressive. Instant trade-off from the members of Hive and 0 eliminations for KE, but this is their longest surviving game so far today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, clean as a whistle on the execution as well. And of course, KE, they didn't receive any exchanges that favors them, but that survival point might come in a little handy. Of course, I kind of wish they were a little bit more proactive in a certain sense, but who can blame them? We saw a lot of tough scenarios inside of Impala through the factory grounds where they were absolutely surrounded as well. So even if that exchange, if it draws out pretty long enough, that zone was gonna eventually lapse on them as well. So Hive International, they take that Western control. Asia Esports on the other side of the flat grounds, sharing it side by side with 214. Now that is gonna be an interesting eruption of events that might break loose over the south side, because Austria is also waiting to be involved at the very same time. So slow and steady to try to wrap out our final round of the night. MSI, they were the next one to bow out.
Yeah, no one really has full, I would say, claim of the circle right now. Well, maybe Hive. That's a majority of the circle they've hung on to, and I think that's also a bit of a terrain, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Mix doing mixed things with the same weapon every single round. He just unloaded an entire mag, and then his position gets known. I don't know what to say about that, but I am thoroughly amused by this outcome. It's almost like you dish it, you take it. But for the rest of Austria here, they're not given space in the circle this time around. But that's okay though. They are gonna play off this off angle for the time being here. They do have an idea where Minus is, so they could pick off one member of TTQ and then slowly make their way forward before full sending it is something that's very, very much available for them to do.
Yeah, to my surprise, that sole member of BKA is still surviving, still in the center zone. Nobody's able to charge him because everyone's just surrounding the edges, and all these fights are really going nowhere. But maybe it might just be something that will be conjured by the side of Pretzel. And now a full charge coming from Aja Esports, and it's a shamble where 214 was ready with all of their crosshairs pointed over the south side. And just like that, 7 points! The entire squad to their hands. And there's still more to come because they're facing off against TTQ on the other side where they get their hands occupied, but not too much because Minus got a beautiful shot straight to the dome. Capital now trading back, taking him out 1-for-1. 214 Pro. They need to find the other way around to deal up against Hive International because this isn't exactly the best spot to be at for now. Whereas Hive, they got the entire sector over in the north to really take control.
Monboy took a brunt of damage just now, and I think they're really starting to identify where the members of Hive is just starting to hold. Now, the terrain is no longer in their favor compared to earlier, so they have to really, really take advantage and be a little bit more proactive on how exactly they want to take these fights here. 214 moving forward, they understand that Hive took a bit of damage. They're resetting right now, so Ming's just kind of testing the waters to see how far in he can get in, and as soon as he does that, jumps out, he's gonna use that car, excuse me, to his advantage for cover, and he's still managing to steal away a kill as Mewtwo knocked down.
Oh my goodness, that was just fantastic. Mix still at it. He's trying to shred him off that vehicle, but couldn't really align it perfectly up against the rest of Hive. And with that dispersion coming from the side of 214, Hive is slowly losing that space, and this is going to be invulnerable. Ryman has to fall, whereas Mix, he's just looking absolutely unstoppable, and they will shred out piece by piece out of the likes of Hive International to take claim as the best Filipino team on the block. Meanwhile, with those bombardments, there's just nowhere for Pretzel to hide.
And this is incredible looking at this team, because what the heck is that? This team lost one member early, but somehow manages to flip the script. You have Migs unloading an entire load of ammo onto players. Somehow through those smokes, the chip damage just really does a number on every single team in that area. 214, we talked about no chicken, no problem. Well, you broke that curse.
Well, they have finally done it by the end of the day, and also a little bit of payback for what has transpired back in the first round of Miramar, where we saw 214 and Hive, they go at each other, and this time they got the upper hand despite, having the high ground does not always dictate the outcome by the tail end of that fight. With the zone shrinking in, Ryman was forced out of his position, and you saw Mix the entire game. He's been the pest. He's been peppering TTQ. He's been peppering everybody in this matchup. He's got 4 knockouts and plenty of damage. And of course, when it comes down to mid to close range duels, they always cap it off real nice and easy, with Capo really showing off throughout the late fights.
You know what's really interesting looking at him as well? The highlights, which we should probably do. So we'll be right back after this. Now we are currently at our top 4 right now for the final map, and I have to say, you know what, Contra? If you asked me in the beginning of today, would I expect JNK to make it to the top? I'm gonna be flat out saying maybe not, based on the performance last week. But they made it, and they showed us they can shoot back throughout the entirety of today. And 2-1-4 breaking the curse as well, getting the chicken dinner, ending the day as consistently as they can with the amount of frags. I'm definitely not surprised. Now, coming into this MVP, it's going to be Mix here on the top side. And at this point, are we surprised? This guy, I think, got knocked down twice, trying to unload an entire mag onto players before getting knocked down himself, somehow getting revived and still being a pest.
Yeah, and he's just so tough to
He's
deal
persistent.
with. Right, and you saw like TTQ was kind of scrambling up in the hillside. They were not feeling comfortable, all thanks to Mix. And other than that, when it comes down to teams that were trying to take a swing at 2-1-4, he always get that first contact. There was one instance that he did finally get knocked down,
Yeah.
but it wasn't much of a concern because they weren't anywhere close by, so the entire team has got his back to continue dishing out damage as they was chipping by slowly and surely until they finally clinched the sought after chicken.
23
Wow.
points, that's like a 10 points disparity, and I think last 2 maps have been that, right? The difference between that first place, and the second place. We're not seeing that close the close amount of points anymore like we did in the beginning of the day. I think teams are really starting to understand what works for them. With 2-1-4, it's about taking these early fights and continuing to fight all the way till the end while still maintaining great positioning. And I think what's really great for them as well is that I think when they're annoying. They're annoying. I mean, like not annoying in a way that you hate them, but like, listen, if I got clipped through the smoke with an entire mag that doesn't stop and I'm not able to reposition because of some blind sprays, I am going to be 100% tilted. And with that, 2-1-4, because of their persistence, got themselves 1 point right behind Hive that has been consistently on the top side of the charts throughout the entirety of the day with 2 chicken dinners.
Unbelievable. The drama that's currently brewing within the top 4. We're finally not seeing a one-way horse race compared to, last week where YG just absolutely stomped out everybody. Now, I would say it's arguably even 5 teams that can eventually get to the top. Of course, it takes a little bit more effort coming in from NGGZ, JNX, as well as TTQ, but one chicken dinner will definitely alter their fate, just like how 2-1-4 did right here in this matchup.
This situation as well with Pretzel being the Pretzel being the MVP of the day. At this point, I'm not surprised. I think he's an all-rounder. He's great. I think we talked a lot about disrespecting Util, but he is definitely the prime suspect. I think him and Range in particular do a great job of just running forward as well. And most importantly for Pretzel, he's not afraid to take these, I would say, early fights in the front line. These late lurks, these flanks as well, can definitely hold his own, buying his team so much space when it comes to fights as well as rotations. So average knockout of 2.7 per map, is actually insane.
It is an absurd amount. So, of course, he's very well deserving of all the praises out there because throughout the entire course of this evening, he's always been out there dishing out every single drop of damage. He's just an all-rounder in particular that you always do want players such as Pretzel in your team. So I hope this continues on for him for the entire course of the week because this is just day one. We still have, 4 more days to go for this week before we hit into the grand final. So I think we could also start to shift the narrative a little bit on, those teams after, the next 2 days. We want to see who can get enough points to find that qualification.
Yeah, because this week in particular is that final week before the grand finals, like you mentioned. So, playing catch-up is going to be important, especially if you are a team that did not make it last week. This is your final chance to be able to play catch-up. We have seen situations where teams do not qualify at all in the entirety of the weekends, and you do not want to see that happening. But I think tomorrow, once again, we are going to be seeing another team reshuffle, and we are going to be seeing a change in pace once again for many of these teams. I am curious to see, because today technically is a litmus test to see whether or not the existence of Yango Galacticos in the lobby changed the pace of things and the trajectory of things. We just never know, right?
And I certainly say it would certainly be the case because now that they see all these other teams, they're all amped up, they are feeling excited. When they do come back tomorrow, they will start to rain on everyone's parade. I assure you that. Or maybe YG says, hey, we're already champions of week 1. Maybe we could afford to take it slow a little bit. Don't want them to read their game plan for the grand finals. Who knows? That might just be in the works as well. So for me, I'm all up for it. But, Tash, for today, we've already wrapped up 6 games in a jiffy. I would say that this is a little early than usual. So, of course, hope you guys will be able to stick around for tomorrow. Same time, same place. Tash, any last words before we wrap things up?
Nope. See you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
All right. See you guys once more.